Thank you. Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Communities Committee of the Tuesday, the 9th of February 2021. I just remind everybody that it's being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Could I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you are not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function and you will be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by a roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you to either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or you could write leave in the Teams chat function and then join. This will allow us to monitor member presence for the minutes. A couple of things just to go in here is that I've agreed to take an urgent item of business in line with Standing Order 6.9. The report is in relation to the timetable for the Stranraer flood protection, and it is my intention to take this after item 9 because of its relevance to the infrastructure capital programme. Recent issued issues locally and to avoid any unnecessary delay in its consideration by members. Members should have already received a copy of this report by email. So that I'll take that after item 9. All right. And just before we start the business proper, I think it's a welcome to Vlad Valiente for his first communities meeting. So welcome, Vlad. And in the meantime, I think it's really important that we thank Liz Manson for the work she's done over the last 18 months preparing for Vlad's arrival and managing the business so well in that interim period. So thanks very much, Liz. And I just like that minuted. So we go into the Sederant apologies. Claire, can you provide me with the Sederant indicating who is participating remotely and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. All members participating remotely. We've got currently 3 members not present, being Councillor Ian Crothers, Councillor Dempster and Councillor Tate. All other members, or Councillor Wood, sorry, 4 members not currently present. All others participating remotely. Well, Councillor Root's now present, Chair.
I see Andrew's picture there now. Okay, yeah, can you?
Thank you, Claire.
Okay, Andrew, can you mute and take your? Yeah, thank you. So I can confirm my agreement to the participation of members named as participating remotely. That's the other thing I'd just like to add at this time. If we are still running on business by 1 o'clock, I would intend to take a half-hour break then for lunch at or around 1 o'clock. Right, so first thing here is item of business, declaration of interest. Any members have any declarations? Okay, I'll take that as a no. The item 3 is minute of the meeting of the 10th of November. This minute is for noting. Are we happy to note? Okay, I'll take absence of anything to the contrary that we're happy to note. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, John. Move on to item number 4, which is the Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for 2021 for the period ending the 31st of December. The report provides members with an overview of the financial performance against budget for the Communities Directorate for 20 to 21 within the context of the COVID-19 emergency response and subsequent recovery. I've got Caroline McQuiston and the management team are available on Teams to take any questions on the report. Caroline, Derek, is there anything you'd like to add, or are you happy just to go straight to questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Chairman. Thank you. It's not lost on me that the base budget is £66 million. So on that basis, I'm looking forward to the $66 million question. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. So who have we got first there? Is that Sean?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Just a small point. I think it's been raised before as well. It's just on the COVID financial pressures, and I think it's page 36. It's just very difficult to see the minus amounts by there's three of them that are not pressures, that they're kind of underspends. So just for uniformity, if we can maybe have them bracketed in the future.
That's fine. Yes, I will certainly take that on board, Chair, if that's it's a valid point.
Thanks, Caroline.
Pauline, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Caroline and Derek, for the report. It's just a quick piece of clarification, if possible, Caroline. In 2.1 recommendation 3.2 for the restart costs for leisure and sport. Obviously, previously last year when we restarted again, all the stipulations were put in place for COVID, safety, etc. So assuming that has been done, the figure of 267,000, will that remain as is, or obviously is it going to be flexible depending on when the restart actually happens? Because according to the Scottish Government, we won't have any specific dates at present, Caroline. And secondly, on 3.7 for arts and museums, I have it on good authority that possibly again some of the arts and museums facilities might not open till a little bit later as well. So if you could just give us some clarification again on the 100,000, if that will rise or fall. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Derek, do you want to answer that, or will I?
Happy for you to pick that up, Caroline. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, basically these are indicative figures at the moment, and it will depend on when we actually can open these facilities. There is an allowance for any additional costs, but as you say, most of the preliminary work in terms of building for configuration, etc., has been done. It's only to do with staffing levels, which will vary, and that depends very much on when we get the go ahead to open these facilities. But there is funding available for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Pauline. Willie, I see you put your hand up. Can you use the chat function, please? It's actually easier to monitor, but I've picked it up. It's you. So do you want to come in?
Andy, I'm just getting into the hang of using the they're asking me now, I need another pair of hands. However, I'll do my best. Thanks, Chair. It's just a clarification. I'm looking at page 33, Caroline, along the roads services.
Yes.
Where it's we've got a revised budget of 2021 of 4613. And the actual spend to 31st of December is showing a 6.152. And then it comes in as a COVID impact 112. But when I look at the narrative, there's one point that says it's to do with staff overtime and then road maintenance, that it'll come in within, but to an underspend of 100k. I'm a bit confused with that, Caroline. Also, taking into consideration, we're about to go into a budget setting and recognising what's needed, and looking at the staff complement and the impact on roads, whether indeed we should be staffing up with employees rather than, so that we'll know, because, there are staff who are working under severe pressure. When winter maintenance, whether it's snow, whether it's floods, whether it's anything else, and it's really just to reflect the budget, if that is the case. Just clarification on that one, Caroline, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Willie, the additional expenditure, the fact that you've got £6 million actual spend, but you're actually only forecasting 4.6, is because we haven't recharged or at that point a lot of the charges to the capital account, they go through the revenue account and then get charged into the capital account, and they hadn't been actioned, as you say, again due to a bit of staff pressure from the clerical assistants, clerical support. So those have now been done. So that figure has gone down, but at that point of writing the report, it was higher. So that explains the apparent discrepancy between the actual and the budget. In terms of the £100,000 underspend, this was see that as in that early part of this year, from kind of April through to about June, July, there was very little activity on the roads maintenance account due to COVID, because obviously the restriction, the complete lockdown, and the fact that we couldn't do things. So that is a purely, it relates to that. Obviously, they are trying to catch up on that, but because it was 3-4 months, it's difficult. It won't be caught up in full for this year. So that's why there's that, and that's a temporary underspend. I couldn't possibly comment on the staffing levels, however.
Just to come in through you, Chair. Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Councillor Scobie. We've got obviously elsewhere on the agenda the road service implementation plan, but it's just to acknowledge that at this time of year in particular, but not exclusively, this staff group are certainly working tirelessly to keep our community safe 24/7, and quite frankly they're doing a fantastic job, and would certainly assure the members of that, and I'm sure you're seeing them out and about every day. And the additional benefit we have this year is we are now utilising fellow staff from the depots, from community assets, so it really is a one council approach at this time, particularly in relation to road maintenance, but particularly in terms of the winter maintenance and the winter response. So it's just to acknowledge the point made by Councillor Scobie, that to assure him that we're very much responding in that way, but quite clearly acknowledge the challenges of the budget over the years. And when we come to that item, I'm sure members will wish to discuss the detail of going forward for the road service as part of that item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks very much. Are you okay with that, Willie?
Yeah,
if
I could, Andy, just say clarification. Thanks for that line. And echo the sentiments of Derek. We've got people out there who are working under severe pressure and hardly getting to their beds of an evening. And I can refer to that in another item, Andy, that I'm pleased to see you, and thank you for taking that. But I think it's for us as politicians, the elected members, to look at that when we do come to set the budget. And we recognise the pressure the workers are under.
Absolutely, it's a discussion for another day, Willie, but thanks very much. I've got Dougie and then Andy Wood. Just before Dougie comes in, I noticed that Ian Blake gets the award for dedication today, because he's actually joined us from his bed in DGRI, the wonders of modern technology. So welcome, Ian. And yeah, so Dougie, it's you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 28 and the table at the top of the page, and what particularly catches my eye is the reduction in costs in relation to fuel and travel. And obviously this is, in terms of finance, this is one of the sort of unanticipated benefits of the pandemic, in that it's changed workforce behaviour. Just be interested to know, as we move forward and we come out in terms of the new normal, do we anticipate that there will be savings year on year as a consequence of the change in the way that staff work and travel? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to pick that up. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. And just absolutely, we would certainly be working on the basis that we anticipate there will be savings, and that clearly has a number of impacts that we are currently working through. The level of that detail will be brought to members in due course, and certainly as we're all having to adapt and adjust quite radically in many cases, there is no doubt that this is one of the unintended benefits that we're certainly acknowledging just now, while at the same time recognising that we still have the operation of many services that heavily require plant, machinery and indeed staff travel. But in the overall terms, yes, as can be seen by this information in the budget, it definitely presents an opportunity to reprofile our business, do things differently, and not just contribute to the wider climate emergency, but also contribute to a smarter workforce and better ways of working, embracing home working and agile working. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Okay with that, Dougie. Andy Wood.
Thank you. Once again, it's on table 1, just seeking clarification on the loss of income where it states other. The figure is 767,000. I was wondering why we haven't got more detail on that, because that is half of the cumulative amount of the rest of the various elements within that table.
I think the only reason you've got a slightly lack of detail is that was the corporate finance report lift up, and they didn't want to kill you with too much detail. Basically, it's made up of quite a large range of much smaller individual amounts. There's travelling people site, there's various housing income streams, garden maintenance, and a whole load of other bits and pieces. And there's probably a list of about 20 or 30 items that make up that 700,000, which is probably why in their wisdom, corporate finance decided that they wouldn't burden you with quite so much of a list. But I can send you more details if you would like.
Caroline, that would be extremely helpful through yourself, Chair, and I don't mind being burdened, honestly. So, yeah, go ahead, and if you could forward that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Caroline, I think we'll do it for all 21 members, if you don't mind. And
yes, I'll. Sorry.
Absolutely. I think maybe for some future learning as well, is when it's a cumulative thing like that and it's very complex, we can maybe do things retrospectively as well, just to let members know exactly where the hotspots are, the key issues are, yeah, rather than just a global figure. But we can sort that. That's sortable. Yeah. Thanks. Anybody else? No, I'm not seeing anybody else coming in. So I'll move to recommendations. Are we happy to note the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4 in the paper?
Agreed.
Okay, that's agreed by acclaim. Thanks very much. We'll move on to item 5, the tackling poverty in Dumfries and Galloway allocation of remaining budget for the period 2020 to 2021. Again, a report by the Community Planning and Engagement Manager. The purpose of the report is to agree the allocation of the remaining tackling poverty budget for 2020 and 2021. Our council is committed to tackling the causes and effects of inequalities and poverty, and as we are aware, this has never been more important as we continue to respond in recovery from COVID-19. I've got Liz Manson and Mark Malloy available to take any questions. Mark, Liz, are you happy just to go straight to questions, or is there any update you've got?
No, we're happy to go straight to questions, Chair.
Okay, first speaker I've got on quickly is Adam. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to welcome the approach that we've taken this year. Obviously, in March or April, I remember sitting in the ad hoc subcommittee allocating the first tranche of this funding. And I think that at that, even very early on, we acknowledged that there was going to be further pressures during the year. So I think that we have taken the correct approach in allocating our tackling poverty funding this year. And I do really welcome the allocations that are being made here today to some really important projects that we know from previous experience work. And I think, will at least help us to scrape the surface in tackling the poverty that the pandemic's caused. So I think this whole year The team have done some fantastic work, and really welcome these allocations today.
Okay, I think that's more a statement than a question. Anybody else? Willie?
Just to support what Adam said there, Chair, I think we have been, and we've got to thank Mark, Wendy, for the work they have put in to this whole issue, because we should not, the whole issue has been trying to tackle child poverty, and while it's going the other way, at least these are measures that will start to hopefully start to see a reduction in those numbers. So I would echo the sentiments expressed by Adam and move for the recommendations.
Thanks very much, Willie. Pauline?
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in there. Mark, just to say thank you very much for the work you've done on the Hub project. It's been extremely well received over the last few years, but certainly more so now. I believe it's up and running again, is that correct? And I just wanted to ask, Chair, with recommendation 2.1, my understanding is that laptops, iPads and tablets actually come under the remit of the education budget and not within this agenda item and in this committee. Could I just have clarification of that? And then back to Mark, could we just have clarity from yourself, Mark, if possible, that the Hub project will be suitably advertised in schools? And if so, you know, how are we going to do that? And if it's for children who haven't got access to laptops and tablets, I know that we've been working really hard to make sure everyone has accessibility, but can we make sure that children have accessibility through the Hub, which I think is the way it's going to work? So just a bit of feedback on that would be appreciated across the communities. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark.
Through yourself, Chair, just on those points, just to the approach that's been taken around the digital connectivity in terms of devices and connection has very much been a whole council approach to that, working with colleagues in education and within the Communities Directorate and also economy and resources. So taking a very collaborative approach to that alongside our third sector partners, and we are confident now that we've got a robust handle on the distribution of those devices and ensuring that that's done through a dignified way for those who require it, and also supporting individuals who require connectivity. So I can give the member that assurance that we've done that, which is why you will see it both within the communities reports and in education, because of that cross-directorate working. And in terms of the Hub, you're correct, Councillor Drysdale, in that it has been running successfully in its building and that work, and it will be advertised consistently across all schools and community groups across the region.
Thank you.
Andy Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It was really just to seek clarification on page 45, 1.2, where they're talking about the freeze on evictions. Do we have an update from the Scottish Government as to when that will stop, or how long it's going to be increased for? And do we as a council, or do we have any actions in place to try and identify the impact that this will have once that freeze has lifted on the council?
Through yourself, Chair, Councillor Wood, I don't have that exact information today in that, but I can pick that up with colleagues and ensure it's shared with all members of the committee through the Chair, but I can get that information and come back to you. Chair,
through yourself, when you're talking about you're going to come back with information, that's the information on both points that I've raised. On point one, around your specific question around when the policy will end, I don't have that information in front of me. And in terms of the second point, again, in terms of the impact, we know, of course, that a policy like that coming to an end will have an impact on some individuals. And as we move forward with the next agenda item, which talks around our future arrangements for tackling poverty and inequalities, as part of that,
that work will be included within that to ensure that we are mitigating the worst impacts of any policy that we need to ensure is followed at local level for the citizens of the region.
Once again, Chair, can I come back if you don't mind? It's just, I would have thought that we would be or would have the information at hand as to those that are most likely to be evicted once that policy of freezing has concluded. So from that information, are we not able to assess what the impact, the financial impact on the council is going to be? I'm hoping that we're going to be proactive on this rather than reactive, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, hold on a second. Just come in for a second. I think Harry Hayes actually suggesting there in the chat that he can cover that on item 7 later in the agenda. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just see that's come up on the screen as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Adam.
Sorry, Chair, it's about that point. You can take me off.
Okay. Right. And anyone else? No. In that case, then we'll move to the recommendations. So, are we happy to note the allocations to date and available funding for 2021 as paragraphs 3.1 to 3.6, and then 2, agree to the proposed allocations of the remaining anti-poverty budget for 2021 and the paragraphs 3.9 and the appendix? We're happy with that? Agreed? Okay, I'll take the negative as being positive in this case. Thanks very much. That's agreed. Thanks very much, Mark. I think you'll be staying where you are. We'll move on to item 6, the evaluation of the anti-poverty strategy and the development of our future arrangements for tackling poverty. The purpose of the report is for members to scrutinise the evaluation of the anti-poverty strategy 2015 to 2020 and to consider and agree the proposed future arrangements for tackling poverty and inequalities within our region. The member officer working group, which we established to lead the review of the strategy, has gained an in-depth understanding of poverty in the region. The poverty and deprivation research highlights fuel poverty, digital exclusion, income deprivation, along with travel and access to services as particular issues of concern to every community across the region. The report before us today provides members with the opportunity to agree the best possible way forward to ensure we do everything within our powers to tackle poverty and inequalities. I see I'm getting things coming in quickly. Just before we do, I'd like to thank, as the chair of the officer working group, member working group, for the work they put in over the last period, which has helped in some small way to get to where we are with this report today. So thanks to everybody who participated. So I've got Willie first and then Jane.
Yeah, Randy, I've worked that message out there quite well. Just what you said there, Andy, and I was part of the working group, so to thank the working group, but also to thank IBP, who did listen, and it was good to see consultants who actually listened. And not only did they listen, but they came back with advice and assistance. So I think there's a high degree of empathy in the work that they were doing. And I think that's reflected, if you like, on page 91 for me, when we did speak about child poverty, and the statistics are there for everyone to see that the proportion has increased by 2.8% since 2015, the 5th highest increase among Scottish local authorities. So it's about tackling child poverty, and that was one of the features that I was particularly keen on, and I felt the consultants did listen and came back with advice, as we saw reflected in the previous report. And I think one of those areas is in fair share, where we got a huge return in terms of poverty, making sure that people at least have a hot meal per day. So, you know, it's all there. It's how we evaluate now, as we discussed in the working group, Chair, and indeed not only evaluate, but find a starting point so that we can measure the success or how we're bringing down poverty, particularly in child poverty. So I think that is well reflected there as well. So it's that starting point, and then being able to measure just exactly how we're doing in evaluating what achievements we're making, what success we're doing in eradicating what is abject poverty. And again, it's reflected in our areas, Stranraer and the Rins, the various northwest Dumfries and so forth. So we've got real abject poverty in some of our areas in Dumfries and Galloway, and we've got to be able to tackle those. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. A bit of an apology there. Actually, Adam was due to speak first, but I thought it was from the previous item. So I'm going to rearrange here. So it's Adam, Jane, Pauline, and then Dougie Campbell in that order. So Adam.
Thanks, yeah, I accept your apology there. Just again, I really want to welcome us. I was a member of the officer member working group, and I thought it was a very good group. We certainly learned a lot, and we put a lot of effort into really developing this strategy. I think one of the things that we found is that there was a lot of learning from the first strategy. I think the first strategy was very good at tackling the effects of poverty. That's something that we did very well. We invested in a lot of new initiatives, and one thing that we hadn't quite got to grips with was sort of tackling the causes of poverty. But I think that this strategy, because of the work that we did through that officer working group, is going to really give us a handle on how we can help tackle the causes too. And I think that that's why it's very important that we're expanding it to be a tackling poverty and inequality strategy, because we know that there are a number of groups of people with protected characteristics that they're more likely to suffer from health and financial inequalities that other protected characteristics won't, and therefore are more likely to end up in poverty. And so I think that actually it's very important to tackle that inequality too as part of this strategy, and I really welcome that. I think one of the key strengths out of this strategy will be, I think because we fostered it in the member officer working group, is that cross-council working to make sure that tackling poverty is at the heart of everything the council does. And I think that's particularly reflected in, you know, we've got employability around the table, and I know the employability team are doing a fantastic piece of work at the moment about supporting, you know, particularly young people who are sort of really struggling to get into the labour market to do that work. Can I just get some clarification, some reassurance on how we're going to make sure that cross-council working continues for the whole duration of this strategy? I think that we're starting off in a very good way, but we would hopefully want that to continue the whole way through for the duration of this strategy.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson, through yourself, Chair, just to give the reassurance that because very much we're looking at a partnership approach moving ahead, part of this is recommending to community planning partnership around the refreshing of the poverty coordination group that brings together all our key partners across the third sector and public sector. But in order to ensure that the council actions are delivered on, a key element that will be the work of an officer group that will report regularly to this committee to make sure that any actions that are aligned to our council within the action plan going ahead are moving ahead at pace and reported back for member scrutiny through this committee.
Okay with that, Adam. Yeah. I've got Jane.
Very much. Good morning. Chairman, I found this also an extremely interesting report, and having been part of the working group, I suppose it's of very particular interest. On page 70, the report talks about participatory budgeting and area committee monies, wanting really, I think, to look at allocating our resources in a more focused manner. I think that's what they are sort of suggesting, that we might attempt to look at more clearly. And I would just like to make certain that our action plan does bring that into focus with respect to participatory budgeting. I still don't think we've got this absolutely right. And I know I've been bleating on about this for about 2 or 3 years, but I would like to see any action plan taking this into account, because I think it's valid criticism that has been made. The other point that I want to draw to members' attention is the comments that are made about the local delivery structures being looked at on a local basis. Now, I think it's very useful that we have area committee focus on this. But I also would like to be sure that we do, in fact, get more information on a ward basis. Councillors are quite clear that there is poverty in this area. It's absolutely obvious. But there is very clearly from this report that it is not on a geographical basis only, very clearly that. And I would point out to members that Dean Glen Kens has more houses with no central heating in it, but at the same time, proportionately, they contribute very highly to council tax. Rich and poor live very close together, cheek by jowl. And so I would like to be sure that that we do focus on this from a ward basis. It's only by members knowing exactly what's going on in their own ward that they really will get engaged and be able, I think, to focus and to direct the council to put its resources to the best place. One of the things that is coming through is fuel poverty, and I don't think actually that I could say hand on heart that I'm absolutely clear what has been happening about fuel poverty in the Stewartry area, for example. So I'm just putting those two things down as far as the action plan is concerned, Chairman, and hope that we might focus particularly on them when it comes back.
Thanks very much, Jane. I agree with you that I think information should be disseminated into individual council or ward members for, I think, almost everything we do. And I think that's a commitment that Derek and the team have undertaken in communities. So as can be witnessed with some of the other reports come today. I see Liz nodding there. So Liz, do you want to maybe make a wee comment on that?
Yes, thank you. On both parts, in terms of the participatory budgeting work, you have the final tranche of money, which this committee agreed the purpose of that just at the end of last year. And it may be that there will be further funding in the future years. And we're working with COSLA at national level and with other local authorities to make sure that our participatory budgeting approach is as effective as it can be and as targeted as it can be. So you'll certainly find that that would be in any action plan going forward. In terms of local information, yes, the recent research will give us a rich source of information at ward level, and there will be briefings again coming out in terms of breaking that down into ward level. And we are also developing up our partnership locality working through locality hubs. And again, that role of integrating the different approaches from organisations across Dumfries and Galloway will certainly be working to bring them together and to make sure that there's information from all partners going out to board members as well as the other organisations at local level.
I look forward to it, Chairman.
Okay, are you happy with that, Jane? Okay, I've got Pauline and then Dougie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Liz and Mark, thanks very much for this report. It's very interesting as councillors to be able to get into this level of detail. And I would very much like it noted that in Appendix 1, with regards to the food parcel and poverty section, you know, it's really interesting to read the figures with regards to the amount of food parcels that were delivered across the region. It was an absolutely epic effort. And and I was a bit involved in this and would like it noted that even down to the delivery drivers that you use, they showed huge sensitivity to people who were claiming for, looking for food parcels. And I think we have to acknowledge that effort that was made. So thanks for that. With regards to Appendix 2, the actual IBP strategy research and the Nick Hopkins consultancy report, Liz and Mark, could I just ask as a group if we're able to have some clarification as to how much the report itself cost? Whilst it was an excellent report, I think it was very much needed. I think for transparency, it would be very interesting for members to know how much the report cost the council. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Through yourself, Chair, the allocation of funding for the evaluation and the development of our new arrangements was included as part of the budget setting last year and cost £15,000. What I will say is that we feel that having worked with various consultants over a number of years, I think we received exceptional value from IBP, who done a significant additional work over a greater length of months than what they were originally contracted for, and I think the new direction that we're moving in, which I believe is the right approach, is very much down to the support that they gave us. So from my professional opinion, I think it was good value for what we received, but it was included and reported and agreed by members as part of budget setting last year.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, Andy will do. Dougie.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a specific question to ask, but I have to say that I agree with many of the points that Councillor Maitland raised, particularly for this locality and poverty, which is not in plain sight. And it ties in with my question around the new strategic priority that we have on the climate emergency. And of course, one element of that is supporting communities to adapt to climate change. And a term that we're going to hear much more of in the years to come is just transition, the just transition. And it's recognised that by both the United Nations and the UK Climate Change Committee, that the poorest in our society are the most likely to suffer through climate change. So I suppose my question is, how will the new strategic priority be threaded through the actions that we will take in relation to the anti-poverty strategy? Thank you, Chair.
Who wants to pick that up? Liz, do you want to pick that up?
I'm happy to pick that one up, thank you. Yes, I mean, the draft strategy, the objectives have already had some initial consideration through going through our impact assessment process, which contains within it an element about climate change and about it requires us to look positively about how we are promoting good environmental practice. And so there's clearly a lot of work here about digital inclusion. So that will certainly be a major part of that. The housing element about energy, we've also talked about elements of that in terms of good energy approaches. So there will be elements throughout all the different projects that that are part of the action plan. And if it's a new project, then it will also receive an impact assessment. So individual components of that will be looked at to make sure that it's maximising the environmental benefits that we can do.
That's very helpful. If I could just quickly ask a follow-up question in relation to participative budgeting. I think in future it would be great if we had an element within participative budgeting that relates specifically to actions around climate change and community adaptation. There are climate action groups springing up right across the region, and I'm obviously in close contact with them through my role as the Council's Environment Champion, but they are looking at issues around food and fuel poverty, district heating systems, hydro systems. There's a whole range of things that they are looking at, and I think in future participative budgeting will be a great mechanism to empower communities to create their own response to climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I see Liz is nodding, and I agree with you. But, I mean, my personal view, and I think it's the view of everybody in the council, is that the climate change agenda should be core to everything we do. So we should consider the effects on it at every single time we make a decision. So I think you're pushing an open door there, Dougie, but thanks for bringing it up. I've got Andrew Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's on page 72 where we're looking at the recommendations. I'm just interested to know how we are going to embed that into the action plan so that it's clearly demonstrated to elected members we have taken on board and there is buy-in by the council on the recommendations being presented.
Just before you answer, Andrew, could you maybe spend a wee bit of time, either Liz or Mark, on how we're going to move this to the Community Planning Partnership to get a whole region approach to this? Because I think Andrew's point's really well made. It's not just the council needs to commit to it. I think there's others need to commit to it if we're going to really make this work.
Yeah, I could perhaps ask Mark to pick up the point about the recommendations in page 72, which arose from the evaluation of our first strategy, about how they have influenced the development of the proposed new strategy. So Mark can perhaps deal with that because these were discussions in the working group. And then I'll pick up the point about the Community Planning Partnership. Thank you.
Yeah, through yourself, Chair, the recommendations that are there were developed after 9 months of the consultation and engagement programme that was agreed previously at Communities Committee. So the recommendations had involved significant input from third sector partners and community groups that are delivering really good work across the region, but also importantly included a range of council officers from all directorates of the council, because as just similar to how Councillor Ferguson described, the climate change element needs to be considered in everything we do. That's probably the approach that we're looking at for the poverty side as well, that you know, it's something that we need to take into consideration in everything that we do. So the recommendations that are there, that you know, although led by IBP, we've had significant input in and will form the basis of our action plan moving ahead over the coming 5 years.
Okay, Andrew.
Yes and no. Sorry about this, Chair. It's just that clearly we are doing some excellent work out there. However, we're not capturing and monitoring the outcomes from it. Therefore, as elected members, we're not going to be in a position to make good decisions on the information that yourselves as officers are going to present to us. So what I'm saying is, these recommendations identify what I've just said, and I want to be assured that when we put this action plan forward, it's presented in such a way that elected members can definitely and clearly identify with the recommendations being presented here are actually being picked up within the action plan. Is that fairly clear, or
Can I come in there just before the two of you? That's why I was kind of talking about taking it to the next level, because this is going, if we agree the recommendations today, is going to community planning partners, because our action plan will need to incorporate efforts and contributions from a number of people. I think the point we're trying to make here, this isn't a communities issue, this isn't a council issue, it's a whole region issue. And we need all the partners involved in it. So as far as what I'm seeing just now, Andrew, is that we're taking this report to the Community Planning Partnership if we get member approval today. And that's the different conversation that will need to take place, just like you're talking about.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Liz, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, you've covered it perfectly. And I think, you know, when you look at these recommendations, which came out from the evaluation of the first strategy, what we hope that you can see today is that the proposal in front of you does indeed address these recommendations. So, you know, for example, the very last one, which is saying the first strategy was a council strategy, but what you should move towards is a partnership strategy. So what we've brought to you today and what the member officer working group developed over these last few months is indeed a proposal for a partnership strategy. So these recommendations, and we hope that you can see that they have already been embedded into the approach that we're presenting to you today. The way in which the community planning partnership will deal with this is that there will be a proposal to the board in March to suggest to them, to recommend to them from our council that this is the new approach, that it's a partnership strategy. It's not just about poverty, it's about inequalities as well. And that each partner is invited to contribute projects, services, and indeed funding for their part of the work programme. And that will form the action plan. And as the report here says, the council's projects and services will be reported to this committee, and there will be information contained in business plans so that you can absolutely scrutinise and discuss the council's contribution to the partnership work.
Thank you, Liz. I actually appreciated that additional piece of information, because my concern has also been the fact that we're working, or have been working, just too much siloed, and that a lot of the work with anti-poverty also rests with social work and also the IGB. So yeah, I take on board everything you're saying, so I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else wanting to speak at this moment in time. Just for my own tuppence worth, part of the strength of what we've been doing over the last 5 years was the academic research and advice we received at the time, because that put us on a really sound footing as we took things forward, and also working, of course, with people who've experienced poverty in the working groups as to take things forward. And I think, again, the specialist review and the specialist recommendations are actually the best way we could go forward with this, because it gives us a solid base again to take this into the next 5 years. So I don't know if there's anybody else wanting to speak. That's my contribution to that debate. Is there anyone else? No, I can't see anybody. So I'll move on to the recommendations. So we've obviously reviewed the independent evaluation as summarised at 3.18 and in Appendix 2. And then we've considered and agreed, considered the recommendations for our future arrangements for tackling poverty and inequalities within Dumfries and Galloway as summarised at paragraph 3.31 and in Appendix 4. So we consider and agree that. And then finally, to agree to recommend to the Community Planning Partnership Board the partnership approach to tackling poverty and inequalities as detailed in paragraphs 3.34 to 3.37. We all agreed? Okay, I'll take silence is agreed by acclaim. Okay, so thanks very much. And again, could we thank everybody in all the different groups across the region who've actually contributed towards this. And if we could pass that on, Liz, it'd be really helpful to particularly the voluntary groups and to obviously the members and the officers involved. So thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much, the two of you. Let's move on now to item number 7, the Welfare and Benefits COVID Impact Report. The report provides members with an update on the impact of COVID-19 on welfare and benefit services and other associated services. Given our discussion on the 2 previous reports, this report gives a very stark picture in numerical terms of the interventions we are having to make to mitigate the worst effects of poverty. The report provides us with a detailed insight into benefits, administration, free school meals, clothing grants, Scottish Welfare Fund, discretionary housing payments and council tax collections and recovery. I would commend actually the manner in which officers have sensitively managed the council tax collection and recovery arrangements, including proactive consultation with the Tackling Poverty Reference Group, which made up, as we've said before, of local people who are directly contending with poverty. We've got Lorna Campbell and Paula available online. And Harry Hay did say that he could address something in this part. I'm just wondering, Paula and Laura, if we can let Harry address that issue that was raised earlier first, and then we'll come on to questions for yourself. Is that okay? Yeah. Harry, are you there?
Good morning, Chair. Yeah, I am indeed. Good morning, members. Yeah, I thought it would be worthwhile just to highlight that in this agenda item at section 3.6.2, it specifically mentions that the Scottish Government has extended the ban on enforcement of eviction order up to April 2021. Clearly, as the national guidance in terms of COVID restrictions was extended, they extended the ban on enforcement of eviction orders, and that applies to all eviction notices that were issued on or after 7th of April 2020. And Lorna and Paula will be able to give details about the specifics we're doing in terms of the welfare housing options team and how we're proactively trying to gauge numbers and how we're ensuring that even when eviction orders can be enforced, that we've done as much as we can to minimise the number and the impact of that. Hopefully that is helpful, Chair, and answers Councillor Wood's earlier question. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Harry. And no doubt, Andrew, if he's got a question, will come back in. Sorry, ladies, back to the agenda item proper. Lorna, is there anything you'd like to add to this, or are you happy to go for questions?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing to add. Happy to go to questions.
Okay, thank you. Pauline, you want to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the report, Paula, Lorna and Harry. It's just a quick query, and I'm sorry to be so pedantic here, but on page 107, the current take-up of free school meals, we were just wondering what unmatched children means, Lorna and Paula. I see it's at 4.28%, so it's not hugely high, but what are unmatched children? Thank you.
Thanks, I'll answer that if Lorna's okay with that. Unmatched children are where we have a child in council tax reduction and we're unable to match them easily to a child in education. It's usually because the data held by education and our systems are slightly different. That's all it is. But we are working to reduce the number of unmatched children by making sure that the records in two sides of the services are matching. The main one is postcode, I find. Parents may not necessarily have told education of their change of address, however, we hold them somewhere else.
Okay, can I come back in, Chair?
Yeah, absolutely, Pauline, just carry on.
Thanks very much, Paula, for that. So is there a way of working with the schools, perhaps? Would they have the knowledge just to save the time on that one? Thanks, Paula.
We have a piece of work underway at the moment around finding out these children and encouraging them to apply for free school meals by matching them into education. We are working with the schools on that area to ensure that our records match, as I said, across the two sides. The difficulty generally is when someone moves, they don't tell the school quickly because it's not important, whereas we know about it sooner, and it just throws that into a mismatch. But we do continue to communicate with these families, with these children and households to encourage them to apply for free school meals, regardless of whether we can match them.
That's great. Thank you, Paula. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Willie?
Thanks, Chair. And again, it just shows the work of the department and Lorna, Paula, and the number of cases under Scottish Welfare Fund, the crisis loans, and so forth, from 3,561 to 6,171, a massive increase. It reflects just the poverty that we've been talking about in the earlier reports. And again, thanks for the work of Paula, Lorna and our team in responding to some of our questions that we get posted as members. My question is on 3.4.6 anyway, and reference to that in qualifying criteria as laid down by the Scottish Government. And it's really, you know, in isolate, people who have to isolate, and the more testing that we're going to be doing in mass testing in Stranraer, we could see an increase in that. And it's really the criteria that is laid out by the Scottish Government, where they have to meet almost all 5 points in that, whether indeed there is a fairness. And no, perhaps not so much a question directed at Paula or Lorna, but more us as the elected members, whether that is a fair one, where someone can meet 4 of the 5 criteria and still be refused the grant or the £500 that's available to them, and whether we should be maybe making representation to the Scottish Government on the fairness of that. And I've had cases, and I see Paula smiling there, I've had a case anyway that I could refer to in that particular matter. And Harry came in there earlier in terms of evictions, and it's really what we're doing in Harry's team to see whether, you know, we're working with these tenants or people who are at the stage of eviction, and while April it's pushed back the date, whether indeed we're doing sufficient amount of work to try and get them away from the particular eviction, because it could be that we just have an increased number of cases facing eviction come April, and are we doing enough, and are there enough resources, human resources, to do that work?
I'm looking at Lorna to see whether I should speak first. Okay. The self-isolation support grant question, Willie, we administer the grant in accordance with the guidance as laid by the Scottish Government. Yes, they do have to satisfy all the criteria. 3 out of 4, unfortunately, isn't enough. There was an announcement last week by the First Minister around amendments to the scheme, and I have a meeting later on today to discuss with the Scottish Government and COSLA around how we would implement those proposed changes, which I believe come in from sometime next week. The homeless question, I'm going to let Lorna take that one. Around the impact of the Welfare and Housing Options team and the work we're doing to prevent evictions.
Thanks, Paula. Thanks, Willie. Yes, we've been quite aware of the possible impact of delaying evictions, so we actually have been working proactively with particularly RSLs. Normally we don't become aware of eviction cases until they get to the actual court action. However, we have for several months now been working with RSLs to identify cases who look like they'll be heading in that direction, so we can intervene with the tenant from a housing options point of view and use the Welfare and Housing Options team if it's a financial impact. And you can see from some of the figures, you know, that we've got in the Welfare and Housing Options team in the appendices that, you know, we'll proactively use DHP, Scottish Welfare Fund, to assist people in that respect. We also, during December, did some promotional material on social media, trying to make tenants aware of housing options and to contact us if they were experiencing rent arrears problems or any financial issues that were impacting on their, you know, their housing need. And actually, I see we've got another one running. It just went out today and will be running over the next couple of weeks, and the run up to April, to try proactively get people to contact us if they're at threat of eviction, so we can actually work with tenants. Predominantly work has been done with social landlords, but we also are reaching out to private sector as well, to make us aware if there's anybody, either a landlord or tenant, aware if there's rent difficulties, to see where we can assist. So we are proactively trying to encourage people to contact the service so we can provide support where possible.
Thanks very much. Paula, I'm just wondering, or I'm assuming, maybe wrongly, that after your meeting this afternoon, there'll probably be a briefing for all 43 members and any update. So we can cover that then, Willie, because I wouldn't like to start a hair running today and then find something changed in a couple of hours' time. So but we can leave that in officers' hands and they can report back to us, and if need be, and we can always lobby outside committee if need be. But I think that's a sensible course of action.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks very much, Paula. Anyone else? No. In that case, then we'll move to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3? That's agree the approach to fund the additional demand for the welfare fund. And then 2, agree the approach taken to fund any additional demand for discretionary housing payments. And then finally 3, agree the approach taken regarding council tax recovery. And that's at paragraph 3.8.2. So again, I'll take the Lackey comment as agreed by acclaim. Okay, so thanks very much. Thanks very much, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I move on, Derek, I think we need to thank that team for going away above and beyond. I know everybody else is working away above and beyond, but some of the effects of that team are so positive. I think there needs to be some recognition.
Happy to put that in place, Chairman, and certainly can assure you and all elected members that we certainly appreciate your positive comments across the whole council, and regularly communicate with staff the value of their work, and recognise in particular that council priority of tackling poverty is crucial at this time, and we'll certainly make arrangements for the welfare and benefits team accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that assurance, Derek. Now we move on to item number 8, which is the Road Service Review Improvement Action Plan. It asks members to scrutinise and agree the Road Service Review Improvement Action Plan. I'm sure all members are aware of the significant amount of work that has been gone into this to take forward the expectations of delivering an improved road service. The improvement plan before us today is comprehensive and quite rightly ambitious. So I'd like to place on record my thanks to all the officers and members who have made such a valuable contribution to this important work. Now we've got Stephen here who will take the lead in the report, and he's got Mike Fox with him. They're both available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Stephen, is there anything you'd like to update? Are you quite happy just to go to questions?
Nothing to update, Chair. Thank you, and happy to go to questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're up for questions just now. Sorry, Nicola's joined us as well. Sorry. Yeah. Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Stephen. Hi, Mike. Hi, Nicola. Thanks very much indeed for the report. I'm sorry, I'm going to sound a bit lengthy here. I'll try and be as succinct as possible, Chair. We're currently sitting at only 40% of the roads defects being dealt with, and whilst I totally understand the hard work that's been done across the region, it is very difficult for everybody. But 4.7 million was cut from the roads budget, and I think 5 million of this over the last 5 years. Are there opportunities to allocate funds from elsewhere to sort this out? I appreciate there's only 55 employees in the road, and the roads department are under huge pressure. But in 2.1 of the recommendations, we're being asked to scrutinise. Yet there are assurances, there are no assurances that we can actually deliver. The public are hoping to be better informed, but how will this be managed and implemented is my first question. And will the allocation of the patching squads help to speed up the delays, both of you? Do you think that will help the situation? And lastly, in part 2.2 of the recommendations, can I ask where we are with regards to the use of environmentally friendly products for the roads? I know we trialled this some time ago with a company in Dumfries and Galloway. I'm not sure if it's looking too great at the moment, but are we anywhere near moving in a positive direction with regards to that? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry I'm so long-winded. Thanks.
I'll come in, Chair. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale, for those questions. In terms of the number of defects that we're not able to deal with, what we set out in the report is that where those defects are of a kind of lower severity or lower risk, that in fact we will pick them up in the future, and we pick them up in future inspections. What we're proposing in terms of the appendices 2 particularly and 3 in terms of additional investment would very much address the immediate problem that we've identified in terms of not responding in a timely manner to the carriageway defects, and would also address what we're seeing is driving the customer dissatisfaction in terms of the feedback we've had most recently from the survey undertaken at the end of last year, in October last year. So yes, the additional funding that is proposed, and that comes off the back of a number of asks from Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee looking over the road service review process and the outputs that we prepared from that they asked for an understanding of the costs associated with a number of these improvements. And this is our kind of first tranche of costs in terms of identifying the improvement actions going forward to meet the kind of immediate need on the repairs to the carriageway in terms of the defects. In terms of opportunities to allocate funds, I think we're running probably within the road service at quite a kind of a relatively low level of funding nationally, and I think the report sets that out in our spend per kilometre. So that's probably not an opportunity for us in terms of moving money within the road service budget. And in terms of assurances to deliver, we believe that the additional investment that is proposed over a number of years would address this maintenance backlog. In addition, and in Appendix 3, we have a template that starts to set out the case for additional capital investment. So we're looking for the kind of revenue funding approach to deal with the reactive repairs, the kind of defects that we see materialising, and the kind of longer term capital investment to look at putting the level of service life back into the road network generally, so that we avoid that state where we create a lot of surface defects. In terms of environmentally friendly products, there's very much in terms of a number of the recommendations, the 46 recommendations, at least 2 of them are in relation to the climate change agenda and the challenge that the council faces in responding to that. And we will be taking forward work to look at materials on roads maintenance that are would be more carbon, or would achieve some sort of carbon reduction over current processes. But that is quite a challenge for the service, given the kind of energy and the amount of hydrocarbons that go into producing bituminous materials, but is very much part of a review process and the recommendations we're taking forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got another 3 speakers to come on. I've got Willie, Doogie Campbell, and then Jane Maitland. So Willie first.
Thanks, Chair. I made reference to it in an earlier report. It's really just on 3.7, Chair. And I know Pauline's spoken in terms of 3.12 and the 15,000 surface defects. We're only reaching 40% of those. But in this one, it's clearly laying out, it is important to recognise that many of the actions identified in the action plan will require to be aligned to the resourcing and recommendations agreed by full council in relation to the review of financial procedures. I made the point earlier, Chair, and I'm not going to labour it. Pauline referred to 55 employees. I think reference was made to me, where, you know, at one time in not so many years past, there was some 60 employees in the council's roads department in Stranraer at Commerce Road. I think they're down to about 6 employees, still trying to maintain the same level, if not more, of what required. And I think that we've got to be conscious of that when we're setting the budget. If we've got an action plan here, then we've got to be able to deliver on the resources, or rather increase those resources to deliver, because we've got people who are working under extreme pressure. Some, are hardly getting to their bed at night in terms of winter maintenance and flooding and so forth. So I think as elected members, we've got to be conscious of that when we set our budget for this year, and that we would not be looking for cuts in public service, because it's what the people want, and it's what keeps they keep pointing the finger at in terms of, well, it's not the council that's delivering. I think we've got to be realistic in what resources we've got and improve on those resources to try and meet what's in this action plan.
Fair enough, Willie. I think that's agreed by everybody, because that's exactly why that for information that appendix is with the report. So if the elect groups look at it for budget setting for next financial year. So okay, now I've got Dougie, Jane, and I've now got Ian Blake coming on. So I've got Dougie first.
Fine. Sorry, Chair. Thanks, Stephen, for the report. And I think there are some particularly important actions within the plan there. Just as recently as last night, I was talking to New Galloway Community Council and had mentioned the review, and one of the things that they most welcomed was the focus on improving communications. As all other elected members will no doubt agree, community councils, often they can be dominated by complaints about potholes, but I genuinely think that through more effective communication, you'll have community councils on your side, because I think most of the time they just like to know that an issue has been registered and that progress will be made in due course. On the decarbonising actions, Stephen, I think you're ahead of the pack in terms of council departments, and from my perspective, I think that's great. Now that we've got the Climate Change Strategic Action Plan in place and approved by ENR Committee just last month, so kudos for that. And the question I would like to ask is, under Action 18, in terms of success criteria, you make reference to infrastructure created and talking about decarbonising transportation. In terms of infrastructure, can you just clarify what you're thinking there? Is that about vehicle charging points, which is a question I could ask in a paper and another agenda item in relation to fleet? But if it's additional infrastructure, I'd be interested to know what the thoughts are on this at this stage. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stephen. Yeah.
Thank you. So just come back on that particular point. Thanks. On the encouraging decarbonisation of transportation, I mean, we're aware that vehicles are moving to non-hydrocarbon use, so the electrical vehicle charging points will be more important in the future, and we'll kind of work closely with our colleagues in fleet management on that, in terms of facilitating that, and whether that's making space available and certainly looking at appropriate infrastructure and put in place for vehicle charging. The other references there in terms of behaviour change will be very much to do with active travel, and that features quite highly through the report, and encouraging people to look at the modal shift where that's possible for the kind of smaller lengths of journeys. So these are a couple of areas that I think are probably the more obvious for the service in terms of its contribution to decarbonisation. And as I kind of said earlier, I think the biggest challenge is probably more about the materials that we use and how we look at the future decarbonisation kind of initiatives, and keeping abreast of kind of national initiatives at reasonable cost to the council for use of alternative materials. The comms improvements, yes, that very much features highly in the recommendations, and the need, to demonstrate that we're hearing what through the various channels, what the reporting of defects, and just how we kind of close that loop is very much on our agenda in terms of improvements to bring forward, and making sure that we are much more explicit on improvement projects when they're happening, both because people are interested in when improvements are happening to the public realm, but also from a point of view of the kind of disruption that can bring. So yes, happy to take forward those kind of improvements in communications as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dougie. I've got Jane, and then I'm going to Ian Blake, and then I'm going to Ian Carruthers, and I think we're probably just about been round the houses after that. Jane, would you like to come in?
Really, we've flogged the roads to death, have we, Chairman?
No, I didn't say that. Not quite what I said, Jane.
I thought members loved roads and tarmac. Chairman, what I wanted to ask about, and it probably can't be explored in depth here, but it's just something that officers might like to think about, is that I'm told here on 3.22 that for every 1 million quid that I stick in extra through the budget, I get 10 drainage squads and 0.7 of a patching squad. That's what I'm told here in 3.22. You know, if it be in value for money, I would say, well, actually, I think I'd definitely go for more drainage squads. So really, I'm looking for a little bit of advice when it comes to putting anything into the budget. I would look for some help on that. I think in terms of going forward, I need to know what I'm going to get best value for money. Everybody says it's water on the roads, and goodness knows in the last fortnight we have had water on the roads. It clearly it's got to Stranraer, and it's certainly been in the Stewartry. And I can't help thinking that if it was professionally, if we did put a bit more money into getting the water off the roads, perhaps we wouldn't have to resource the more expensive patching. It's only a question, and I'll need to have that sort of information in front of me if and when we put some more money into the budget. Thanks.
Jane and Stephen, I think that's something we would leave. Part of the review was we should be getting information for members about the increased costs and how we could deal with this, and that is in there for information for all the political groups so that they can look at that in budget setting time. So rather than go into it today, I think you're quite right, it's not for today, it's for another day. Was there a question anywhere else in Jane's thing there, Stephen, that you want to come in with?
I think maybe just for clarification, maybe it's not clear enough at 3.22, and I apologise for that, but we talk about a patching squad costing an indicative cost for a year worth of work of about 700,000 and a drainage squad costing 100,000. What we're seeing in the patching squad is the materials costs as well, which are significant over and above what the materials cost would be for the drainage squad. And I think it is about both being required, as Councillor Maitland's pointed out, the importance, and we've discussed that through the road service review process, the importance of drainage in terms of interrupting the water from kind of damaging and destroying the surface of the carriageway. So both are important for consideration of investment, but that kind of higher cost for the patching squad is very much to do with the materials on top of that as well. Thanks.
All right, okay, thank you. Finally, Ian, thanks for your patience. Ian Blake and DGRI. Firstly, I think I pass on best wishes from everyone in the committee. Ian, I hope you're feeling better. So welcome.
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. It's my mobility. It's obviously it was a leg injury. I took quite a bad fall, but I'm slowly on the mend. It's 2 weeks I've been in here. Right, back to the point. I've got 2 points really to raise. One is more a practical issue, and Dougie partly covered it. Another relates to funding. On the point that Dougie covered about the public's perception of the roads and community councils, etc. I appreciate they're doing what they can, but there is a concern that potholes are being marked and then ignored, or that's perception that they're being ignored and they can lie for months. I just wonder if it's worth bringing in a kind of traffic light system with it almost, that we could, where it's a fairly minor pothole, that it's marked as green. In other words, we will see to it, but it will be either when work permits or you put a time limit of 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. An amber where it's maybe a more serious pothole, and we will see to it within a couple of weeks. In red, meaning it's quite a bad pothole, and we'll be repairing that within a matter of days.
it would just give I think it would give an impression to the public that we are actually prioritising and we're taking some action into it. I know that there are real problems throughout the region, but I feel it's maybe worth considering. My second point was on the funding, and it was just for clarification on the funding. I'm aware that we get our funding through a block grant from the Scottish Government, and it's up to us how we allocate through the budget process. But I seem to believe that there's involved somewhere in that, there's an element that the funding made available for roads is based on the number of vehicles that are registered in an area. I would just like clarification on that, because if that is the case, obviously being a fairly big area with a lot of roads, we won't have a lot of vehicles registered in this area. In fact, our own fleet cars will probably register in Glasgow and not in this area. If Stephen could perhaps give some clarification on that. Thank you.
Let's go, Stephen. Yep. You're muted, Stephen.
Apologies. Yes, just realised that. And I need to check the detail, just how the funding is allocated. I know that it is very much on allocated on road length. I wasn't aware of the kind of the factor on vehicle numbers, but I can check on that, and we can come back to Councillor Blake on how that's specifically broken down in terms of the allocation. On the first point, on the defects, I'll maybe bring Mike in just to kind of comment on that. And it was something we did discuss through some of the workshops about marking up defects, and I would maybe question initially whether that's achievable given the high number of defects, and maybe it's something that we would need to be considered once we got the number of defects down to a more manageable level. But I just maybe Mike could comment on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. On that particular issue of marking out, it was a practice that we carried out for a period of time. Our roads inspectors on site marking up defects, and it was quite apparent in relation to the timing of the actual inspection and when a repair squad was on site. It was causing particular issues for us. So we've pulled back from that practice, and what we actually do now is that we currently send out technical staff in advance of the patching squads, probably 2 or 3 days in advance, so that it avoids the situation of defects being marked and apparently nothing actually being done with them, so that we almost see a situation where the technical staff mark out the defects and a patching squad appears normally within 2 to 3 days after that. I think the issue about the traffic signal type colouring of defects, it's something that we can obviously consider. I think that one of the slight problems that we have is some of the public utilities as well use different coloured type paint for marking up defects as well. So there's elements of confusion that might start to build in there. But it is something that we'll clearly give some consideration to.
Thanks, Mike. If I can just come in there as the chair, personal experience out the front of the house, the water board use blue. Right, so they've there's markings on the roads where they're going to be digging up in front of my house very soon. So I appreciate that. But if you can have a look at it, Mike, I think that's all the members asking for. So, and again, share it out the outcome with all 21. Be very helpful. Okay, thanks very much, Mike. I've got Ian Carruthers now.
Thanks, Chair. Just can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that. I'll stick to appendices 2 and 3. So as part of the workshops, Chairman, I asked on a number of occasions around about the costs associated to seeing improvements, and the language that I used was, okay, could we possibly see it's almost like a Rolls-Royce approach, but could we even use a bronze, silver and gold plated, so to speak, type of approach? So let's tell us how much money it'll cost to give us a bronze approach, then how much it'll cost to be a silver, and how much to be an absolutely gold-plated road, so to speak, service, particularly around about the drainage and the actual, whether it's surface strength and capital, whether it's potholes, whatever. But so the figures you've gave us back some information which are budget templates in real terms in appendices 2 and 3. So I'm really interested in about, okay, how do I translate that into as the points that I asked at the workshops? So there's a budget process that I need to understand. Okay, for the bare bones, I know it's above what we're allocating at the moment as a council, but for the bare bones, what do we apply in that sense? It's maybe a question I'll certainly have to pose offline as well. But I mean, when I read that, there's a lot of detail. I can understand it. I can put a lot of working out to that myself with my own practical skills and knowledge what I've got in roads. But I just felt it's kind of unfair for other members that haven't got that level of skills and experience. I think I need it in mere layman's terms, and that's what I'm trying to put to my group in regards to this is how much money we need. So we've got, and this is what it means to our roads infrastructure and the road service in Dumfries and Galloway. And just small point, Chairman, on utilities. I work with utilities quite a bit. Greens, telecom, reds, electric, blues, water, and yellows, gas. So it probably would be a bit confusing.
Yeah, I think that's the point I was making as well. I suppose Appendix 2, Ian, each political group could ask officers to give them a gold, silver, bronze if need be, because that's my understanding. This Appendix 2 was sort of like an indicative starter for 10, if you want, in budget considerations, and it's always open to any group to approach the service and ask for a detailed template and when it comes to budget setting times. Stephen, do you want to come in?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, just on that point, so we've given a kind of a range of what the spend could be. We've also kind of identified that there's a number of the defects that are outstanding in any one year, and we've also kind of identified what we reckon is a kind of typical defect cost of about £200 a defect, qualifying that, saying that obviously it depends on the extent of the defect, the depth, the proximity to other defects and the kind of condition of the adjacent carriage. So we have a fairly cautious cost of about £200 a defect, and we're saying there's 15,000, but we're only saying a percentage of those are managed to treat with the existing budget in any year. So we can certainly kind of elaborate that with or work on that as a basis for talking to the political groups, as well as the discussion about the costs of the drainage squads against the patching squads. So happy to take that forward with members that are involved in the budget process. If I could just come back in, I managed just in the time we had there to check Councillor Blake's the question on how the funding is allocated from Scottish Government, and as well as a weighted lane length of carriageway, and it takes into account peat over roads over peat and that kind of additional cost there. It does also is also triggered in the number of licences of vehicles. So the point that Councillor Blake makes about being a rural area with a long length of road and possibly a fewer residents and fewer cars does have an impact on that kind of budget allocation from Scottish Government. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers that one. Ian, I hope you're okay with that answer. Andrew Wood next.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Just to pick up on what Stephen was saying there, and to clarify for members, elected members, the registration of vehicles also means that if you have leasing companies putting out cars throughout throughout Scotland, it therefore means the Central Belt has probably the greatest accumulation of these leasing companies. So therefore we are missing out in a very, very big way. But the point I want to actually take up, and it was to ride in the back on what Councillor Maitland was saying with regards to drainage, and that is, are we working with landowners and SEPA to try and resolve the problem? Because a lot of the side roads, especially the C-class, are being severely damaged due to erosion of water coming off fields. Now, we do a lot of work in the forestry, and I know that you cannot permit water to come down any track or drainage line and directly into water courses. Now, we've got a situation here whereby you've got tracks going up fields and there is absolutely no runoff onto the grass or anything. It just comes directly onto the road. Now, I might be wrong, but I suspect there's a breach in SEPA's regulations on doing that. And I think we need to not be policing it in a hard way, but trying to work with landowners to get them to understand the implications of what their actions are doing to the infrastructure of our road network, and also the legal obligations that they have to direct the water in the right sort of areas.
Stephen, can you help?
I could bring Mike in at this point. Thanks, Chair. Mike.
Come in, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. The whole issue about surface water from private land, be it forestry related or be it from farms, has been a constant sort of sore for many years. And what we actually tried to achieve just a few years ago was, in conjunction with the National Farmers Union, was to try and start up some formal sort of discussions to almost create a forum where we could actually raise these particular issues and see if there was any elements of support as well from them in speaking with their colleagues. And it did gain a bit of traction initially, but for a variety of reasons kind of fell away. But it's something that is on our radar to try and resurrect that sort of forum. Any technical member of staff that is called out to look at a drainage issue, a problem, be it a complaint or something that's picked up as part of an inspection, they will always seek a bit of advice from within their office, but the intention would always be to have some formal discussion with the landowner, say be it estate or forestry related, just to talk through the issue initially and see if there was any engagement from the landowner. The big problem is that it's widespread. It is just this time of year especially, that there are quite a lot of issues on the network. And in general, what we have found is speaking to people on a reasonably informal basis, that they do engage, and there's always a discussion to try and find a solution. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but it is something that we actively do, regardless if it's estate or forestry or a farmer.
Chair?
Yeah, okay.
It is really just to add on to the end of that, the fact that we need to have some sort of quality inspection taking place, because there has in fairness been a lot of work, roadside drainage being done by our operatives. However, some of it is being done extremely poorly. Some of it is being done extremely well. So we need to get consistency within the teams that are doing that work. There is no point in digging a ditch into a banking where it can't escape. Water has to escape. So that's all I'd add to what my comments are. And by the way, thank you, Mike, for the support and assistance you've given me today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. I've got two more speakers, and then I'm going to go to the recommendations with this. I've got David Ingles first, and then Adam. Okay, and then we'll wind this up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on page 1343.23. Can I ask Stephen, just how confident are you that the additional funding that you've requested will, for the next 3 years, will put us back into a positive position, Stephen, with regards roads defects, the report doesn't make great reading when it comes to the amount of carriageway that we need to maintain. I think it's just under 2,000 kilometres, you know, and with 55 operatives dealing with that at the present moment in time, there must be pretty low morale there. So it would be interesting to get your views on, do you feel that is an adequate amount of money to address this backlog and put us back into a positive position?
Thanks, Councillor Ingleson. In terms of the confidence in the level of funding, it's probably difficult to say exactly what the figure is that's required. It's not an exact science, and I think that's more of a function of just how fast defects manifest themselves on the road network. We could have a tough winter with a lot of freeze-throw action in any one year, and we've got a lot more defects popping up, and there's obviously cost and time to address those. What we see is that kind of is an enhancement to the baseline level of funding that's required for a period of time for us to be able to track the performance and the productivity on turning out repairs to defects and getting on top of the position and tracking how the numbers of defects are falling away over time, over a reasonable period of time with that additional funding. And that will give us a better kind of baseline picture on what the funding should be going forward. So it's not a case of looking at the network and saying what the exact figure is for the funding for the defects to get completely on top of the position. What we're saying is that would make a significant improvement and would get us into a better position to track going forward what the level of investment should be. And in terms of morale with our operational staff, they have been involved with the review process, and we have been speaking to them, and we're very much kind of including appropriate staff across all levels of the road service in some of the improvement actions going forward, and including the kind of informing on the development of the work if we take forward this additional investment and the kind of a plant and equipment that would be required for that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I can just come back for 2 seconds. I think, given the report, I think we've been running flat out to go backwards this last 5 years. And my concern would be that we're seriously underfunding roads, you know, and it's going to be a backlog for many years. It's going to be really difficult to claw that back without a major increase in funding.
That's exactly why the paper's there, that appendix, so that political groups can put it into their budget preparations for the upcoming budget. I've got Ian Blake. I'm really sorry. I thought that was a hand that had been left up from before. So Adam, I'm going to let Ian in first because it's been up for some time, and then Adam, and I'm going to wind it up at that because I need to go on to the next agenda item for Willie's got an important appointment he has to go to, and we need to discuss something. So, Ian, would you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm trying not to keep you. It's actually because Stephen came back. He very gratefully came back with the answer about funding, which was very helpful. I think in that respect, I would actually like to put, when it does come to the recommendations, I would like to put an extra recommendation in here that we as a local authority write to the Scottish Government, lobby them to review the position of the funding on roads, the criteria for funding on roads. I think the fact that many vehicles are registered in an area is ludicrous. It has no bearing in many local authorities because of centralisation. They all tend to be in the centres. I think that aspect was removed from the criteria. It may very well affect the amount of funding that we get in this area. So I would like to formally put that as an additional recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I think the whole of the Scotland will probably improve because the vast majority of fleet cars are registered in England. But we'll not go into that right at this moment in time. Adam, do you want something else? We'll come back to that, Ian. Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, I'm for quite some time I've wanted to see this type of review carried out into the road service, and I'm pleased that we're actually now considering the findings. I think actually that's an important point for me, and I mean I would be in favour of actually more focus being on the length of road, because I'm quite clear, certainly over the pandemic, that in my ward actually roads aren't just being used, you know, particular C and U class roads aren't just being used by vehicles, they're actually being used by pedestrians, they're being used by cyclists. And that's an important point to remember. I just want to come back on some previous points. I don't think it's very fair to say that there's inconsistent work happening across the piece in relation to controlling water. I think obviously one that I remember putting on my return to the SWOT analysis was actually some of the ecological impacts of the biggest challenges that a road service faces. Water doesn't like to be controlled. And I think it's important to remember that actually every stretch of road and every bit of land is different. The same solution isn't going to help in different places. I can take you to a stretch of road in my ward, it's about half a mile. A ditch on one end really helps, but a ditch on the other end hardly makes a difference. And that's very unfortunate, but I appreciate the work that has been carried out by the road service to try and actually get a solution and improve the quality of the road surface. So I think, we have to bear that in mind. And I'm pleased that we've noted it's a national issue, because I see actually, just as much water sitting on some of the trunk roads at times. So we do need to try and get a national solution to this. And I think that actually, again, coming back to our roads are very important for all forms of transportation, not just for vehicles. And that's why I think I'd be quite keen to see to sort of see that emphasis put on it at a national level.
Okay, thanks very much. I think that was more a statement. Just getting back to Ian's point, Ian, if I'm picking you up correctly, what you're asking us is to write to the Scottish Government to consider the criteria for funding your roads maintenance grant, so that we can and we can expand on that, what we mean. I would also be quite keen, I would suggest, because there's a number of areas. Scottish Borders is a perfect example, where they've got the A1 going through, and the A7, where they've got very, very small numbers as well. It's pretty much the same boat as us, but we've got a lot bigger proportion going up through the A74M, for example. So is that what you were talking about, just to add to ask the Scottish Government to consider the criteria for the funding of road maintenance grants?
Yes, but highlighting how the disparity with areas such as our own, that will have a low number of vehicles registered compared to a city area.
Right. I see Andrew Woods in a second there. I'm actually thinking we don't need to go to this unless I see anyone else coming in with a contrary to that. I'd be quite happy to add that as a recommendation. I don't think it compromises anybody. It's a sensible suggestion, actually. Jane, I think what we're agreeing here is just to add another recommendation. I suppose it'd be the chair will write to the Scottish Government, asking them to consider to reconsider the criteria for the awarding of maintenance grants for the road network. Adam?
Thanks, Chair, for letting me back in. I think Jane's probably raised quite a good question. Well, I absolutely don't disagree with the intention behind this. I'm just a bit wary that obviously some of this is linked into sort of the wider settlement, and if we were to write directly to the Scottish Government, actually we would probably just be directed back to COSLA. Because there are a number of factors behind the sort of distribution between local authorities. So I don't know if it's maybe actually something that first of all we broach with COSLA. But just because obviously we don't have the detail in front of us, but I'm not entirely sure if there's a specific sort of roads grant that comes through, or if it's actually just sort of a whole lot of factors taken into the distribution between local authorities. I don't know, Gail might have the answer off the top of her head, but it might be something we might want to sort of broach with COSLA first, rather than just sort of get a sort of holding response from the Scottish Government saying, this is a matter for COSLA.
Well, what I'm picking up here, I'm getting in the chat as well. If we write to the Scottish Government, they'll direct it to where it needs to be directed. Yeah, so I'm quite happy to do that, and I'm not seeing anybody coming in with a contrary to that. I think it broadly agrees with what you're saying, Adam. What your concern is, it gets to the right place, and I think if we start with Scottish Government, they can direct it back through COSLA or wherever. So, is there anybody not happy with that arrangement in terms of elected members? Okay, then. So, and I'm not want any extra suggestions. It's the I'm happy to go to the recommendations now, and I'll actually propose that recommendation that Ian Blake is, so that we get consensus across the committee, which I think is important in this one, rather than being divisive on it. So I'm going to the recommendations. So we've been asked to scrutinise and agree the Road Service Improvement Action Plan as attached to Appendix 1, and 2, note the information available to the political groups for the consideration of funding for reactive repairs, Appendix 2, and proactive maintenance of the carriageway asset, Appendix 3. And the added thing in there is the chair to write to the relevant part of the Scottish Government to ask them to consider or to reconsider the criteria for funding of road maintenance grants to take better account of rural areas. Is that fair? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So I'm not having any contrary to that. So I think we've got consensus, which is really good. I'm pleased for that. Now, Willie, are you away yet, or are you still there?
I think he's had to go, Chair.
He's away.
Yeah. Some of you would see that the Ian, your hand's still up, Ian Blake. Okay. Okay, I was going to take Willie's report and bring it forward even further for him, because I know where he's going. But he's put something on the chat there, and I think we can refer to that when we get to the agenda item. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item number 9, the Infrastructure Capital Programme for 2021, Finance and Progress Monitoring. Report by Head of Roads Infrastructure. Report provides members with a financial and progress update for the projects and programmes contained within the 2021 Infrastructure Asset Class Capital Programme. As members are aware, this committee has championed ward working and the importance of members receiving regular updates on the work of the council at a local level. I'm therefore particularly pleased that all 43 members are now receiving information at ward level in relation to both the infrastructure capital and the land asset class programmes. This is a positive development and will also help to ensure we fulfil a strategic scrutiny role at this committee and not necessarily have to delve into operational details of very local projects. I've got Mike Fox available through Teams to take any questions, along with Duncan, William and James from the wider team, who are all available to answer specific questions in relation to their areas of expertise. Mike, is there anything you'd like to add, or are we happy to go straight to questions?
If I may, Chair, my colleague James McLeod has a couple of verbal updates on a couple of items within the report. If you're so minded, just to allow that before we kick off.
Absolutely. Go ahead, James.
Afternoon, Chair. Thank you for that. It was just to pick up on a couple of things. First of all, there was a request, or there was an indication on page 182, that's item 366, an update on the solar tender, which I said I would give a verbal update on, just to advise that the tenders have all been received and are currently being assessed. We're not as far forward in terms of the assessment, but it was just a brief update. The other matter was on 328 with regards to the repairs to the drying grid at Kirkcudbright Harbour. I've advised local members and members of the Harbour Subcommittee and yourself and the Vice Chair of a delay to this works because of further damage which has occurred. So our colleagues in engineering design, led by Duncan, will be looking at this in more detail. So it was just a brief update on that, which has been advised to others, and I can certainly share that further if there are specific questions on it.
James, thanks very much for the update. So let's move to some questions. Can you start using the not your hand, please, and start using the thing, Pauline?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. We were just wondering, in page 173 in the recommendations, 2.3, Chair. Could I just ask if the 1.574 million underspend is not spent this year next, can it be carried forward to next year and the year after? That's the first question. Thanks, Chair. And then the second question is regarding 2.4. Re the speed limits and the traffic calming programme. Is there any chance that as members we could have some kind of date or timing programme or timing plan for this in schools, as we're constantly being asked? It is quite an important factor with regards to safety, so some sort of timing plan would be very much appreciated. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I think that's the point. 2.3 is actually to continue the funding, but Mike, do you want to come in?
Certainly, the situation with regarding the underspend, that we would be lobbying that funding would be carried over into the new financial year to fund the schemes that have been delayed, predominantly due to obviously the COVID-19 situation. What I can do is I can ask my colleague Tony Topping, who's on the call as well, to come in regarding the speed limit issues.
Morning, Tony. Just come in.
Yeah. Hi there. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Yes. With regards to the 20 miles an hour, I did report in section 348 that we have been looking at reprioritising the speed limit, the list of schools, based not just on the school rules, but on also other factors such as existing location, the road environment, etc. So we are going to be focusing. We're going to be coming up with a new sort of 20 mile an hour strategy with an action plan to see how we can go about dealing with the remaining. I think there's 22 schools, primary schools, that still require to have a 20 mile an hour speed limit. Last year, we obviously had various working restrictions. My team was focusing on the Dumfries Town Centre 20 mile an hour scheme, but we are now focusing on delivering the remaining primary schools over the next couple of years.
That's helpful. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, first I've got Ronnie Tate and then Jane.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. On page 176, 3.32, could I please get a wee bit of an update on the contract strategy of the Homewood Drive flooding situation? Bearing in mind that, this thing's been going on since about 2016, actually, when there were some options put forward to the council, and they actually decided, I think it was an option 6. And the consultants actually carried, if my memory serves me right, a detailed design and prepared a contract and tender document for an option on option 6. So I would be grateful if I could get a wee bit of update on that. And bearing in mind, this was a standalone situation, and then it was doubled up with a main flood scheme in Langham. But now I ask the question again, is this Homewood flood prevention situation a standalone project again? And if it's possible to actually get some timelines when this is going to be starting, because when the consultants had a look at this, the flood frequencies on this was highlighted, and the severity of the problem, and that was a way back in 2016. So I'd appreciate if we could get some updates and this could be taken forward quickly. Thank you.
Chair, I'll come back on this one, if that's okay. So through yourself, Councillor Tate, the works are separate from the remainder of the scheme in terms of the funding arrangements that will be available for this. So the works that were done showed that the costs of the sort of diversion of the runoff from the hillside, as you'll be aware, is the main issue there, impacting upon the properties that adjoin the hillside. the cost of these works would exceed the benefits that would be gained by undertaking these works. So while there is some impact upon properties, and a number have a number of identified issues with water running off the fields, the actual impact in terms of flooding of properties is quite limited in that respect. So I'm not saying it's not without its distress to the properties, but in terms of the cost of diversion with regards to that. So in the past, my understanding was that members had agreed to look at funding all these works themselves, rather than any external funding from Scottish Government. At the time, the approach we were taking was that by including that as part of the overall flood prevention scheme works, flood protection scheme works for Langham, economies of scale in terms of contractor mobilisation for the whole scheme would keep the costs down if members were still minded to invest the full capital monies for the scheme. I'm happy to take this, in more detail offline with local members as the chair would see fit. But at the moment, we've not had any experience in the last 2 or 3 years of issues on the Homewood in terms of pluvial flooding issues. And we have previously engaged with DGHP as well on concern, because a number of the properties are there. And we're not aware again of any issues recently, but certainly happy to bring back more information on this at a future time.
Thanks, Ronnie. This is kind of exactly what I'm getting at about getting a very local response and a very local answer for a very local problem. Are you content James gets in touch with you and the other 2 ward members to discuss this further? Do it offline?
Yeah, very much so, Chair. I was called out in October last year, it was twice by some residents up at Nicholmside. And I actually went up to have a look at the situation. And I mean, it was quite frightening, the amount of water that was coming over the retaining walls at the back of the houses. Yeah. And it was lucky, really, that it's the general sewerage system actually takes a lot of the water away before it runs around the side of the house, actually. Because people up there, they lift their manhole covers when the rain is, and the water is actually flowing over their back retaining walls. So, but I'm quite happy to do something offline, like Chair.
Okay, I think that's the best to give you a local solution, and I'm sure James or his team can work with you on that. So I'll move on. I've got Jane, Ian Howie, and then Dougie in that order. Jane.
Thanks, Chairman. Sorry, I'm not muted. There we are. I know I'm slightly hanging this on a sugary peg, and this is a monitoring report, but what came through the roads review, Chairman, very clearly was members' animation about the notion of 20-mile-an-hour limits. And I will point out that if we had 20-mile-an-hour limits, we wouldn't have sort of messing around with individual school projects, which take ages to deal with. Frankly, we could probably get a 20-mile-an-hour limit sorted out in Kirkcudbright in the time it takes to get something sorted out in Gatehouse, round 20 yards outside the school. Tony has scars on his back from all that. I remember it ongoing for ages. So I'm really wanting to know where we are going with that, Chairman, and I do accept that it's a bit of a sugary peg. The only other thing to say is I'm very glad to see that there is a suggestion that we should not be looking just at role for schools in terms of danger, because big schools very often sit in the middle of big towns where you can't go 30 miles an hour past them. You're going 20 miles an hour anyway, whereas in the little villages, I can tell you, people whistle through them. And a lot of people would really like to see blanket 20 mile an hour. And so I'm pushing that, Chairman, at this point.
I think you're pushing an open door as far as I'm concerned, Jane. And I think that's something that we need to consider. You're pushing it a wee bit for this report right now, because we need a paper about that, I would suggest. But I think there's merit in looking at a whole region. I know my understanding, because I kind of asked James and Tony how about this, and we have to go through some sort of pilot program first or something, some sort of trial, like Scottish Borders have done. So there's a bit of work behind the scenes, but I'm sure the team can keep us all updated on that. Are you happy with that, Jane, or can I go on to Ian Howie? Yeah. James McLeod, you've got your hand still up. Are you right? Okay, no, it's okay. Ian Howie?
Chair, it's a local issue which I'll address offline with the officers.
Ian, thank you. That's exactly what this is. This issuing out the sort of regular updates for ward members is for, actually, to make this a strategic committee rather than a very localised issue committee. Dougie, do you want to come in now?
I'm a bit scared to now, actually, Chair. It's difficult not being parochial when it's something within your own ward that features, but I'll ask a general question to avoid that. In terms of developing flood management schemes, is there always included in that community consultation?
James is a flood expert, isn't it? Yeah. James?
Thanks, Chair, for that. Appreciate that. Councillor Campbell, actually, it would be very helpful if you could just be slightly more specific. And I mean, I think the general comment would be, of course, we would always engage with the communities, and you know, we do a lot of that with the projects. But if you would care to be slightly more specific, I could maybe be slightly more specific in my answer.
If the chair is happy for me to do that, I will.
Dougie, can you be strategically parochial offline?
Oh, right, okay.
No. Get quickly. Go on, ask James a question now. Yeah.
Talking about Carsfairn, the flooding issue predates me becoming a councillor, so I'm not familiar with what took place prior to 2017. You know, and obviously we've seen work in relation to Newton Stewart and elsewhere. I just have a concern around community consultation in terms of so for example, are the community council engaged with to make them aware of the processes now progressing and sort of take any input from them on what the scheme would look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is this isn't a parochial question at all. I think it does raise some very important points, Chair and Councillor Campbell, in regards to community engagement. The Carsfairn one is one that for a number of years has been on our radar, following a number of flooding events. We're quite an early stage with where we want to take it now. We work very closely with the community, and there was a lot of work done with others on the committee may remember, there was a lot of work done with Scottish Power as it was at the time, Drax as it is now, in terms of you know, explaining how the water courses in the area work. So the community were very much taken along with that. Moving forward, as we look to develop what was a temporary scheme that we put in a number of years ago to give a confidence to the community that that they were offered some level of protection, actually quite a good level of protection. As we look to develop that into a permanent scheme, then very much we would see community consultation being part of that. Obviously at a much smaller scale than perhaps has been done in the likes of Langham, Dumfries and Newton Stewart, because it's a much smaller community. But yeah, very, very critical to that, and would take much support from colleagues, Kirsty Peden and the likes in this side of things. So quite happy to take that offline with you and other local members on how you would like to see that approach taken forward, given your kind of newness to that area.
Thank you, James. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm not seeing any other hands up here now. Just one thing from me, 3.71 works undertaken to date, it's past tense, and some of that are actually underway just now. Could we maybe next time actually make that, you know, either completed or underway, rather than future works? It's just a nitpicking point for clarity for people. But other than that, I'm comfy. So given there's no other hands up that I can see, And I noticed there's a point to note for Tony about 354 about the VAS is up and installed already in Castle Douglas. Many thanks. So that's handy to know. That's everything. So with that, then we'll go to the recommendations. So we're asked to note the financial position of the infrastructure asset class capital programme. That's Appendix 1. Note the progress of the infrastructure asset class capital programme, Appendix 2, and to request the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee agree to carry forward the 1.574 million underspend funding to the infrastructure asset capital programme for 21-22, and 4, agree to the addition of schemes to the infrastructure asset class capital programme 2021 as highlighted in the following programmes: speed limits and traffic calming programmes set out at paragraph 3.55. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for the team for attending today, Mike. Thank you. Now, a change to the advertised programme, as they say. The extra issue that I was going to take was brought forward as a report was from a Ward 1 member, was brought forward under standing orders, and I'm just checking to make sure all members have got a copy of the report and a copy of the minute or the papers from November that was circulated by governance. Before we start, James is here to talk us through this, take us through. Willie was actually the ward member who actually done it, and he's who made this requisition. So he's left me a message on the chat. So because I know not all of you can see the chat, I'll read out what Willie said, and then we can take it into back to James and then discuss. All right. So this is Mr. Scobie's words, not mine. So I will have to go, Andy, and thanks for the support and the assistance to get the additional item. What I would want is to make sure the timescale is very much kept to in the report, as the Stranraer flood prevention scheme has been outstanding for 25 years. Station Street has been flooded only a year ago, and the residents live in fear every time it rains. The town burn did burst its banks again, and as said in the report, it did flood the roadway. Apologies for leaving Andy. So that's Willie's, what he would have been saying if he'd been in the virtual room. So I'm happy as long as the rest of you are happy. We actually take that as Willie's contribution to this discussion and debate. James, we've got your report in front of us. Is there anything you want to add to it, or is there anything you can update us on, or any insight you can give us?
I'm just bringing it up on my screen at the moment, Chair. Just 1 second while I try and flip between multiple tabs. I'm sure you all know what it's like. I've nothing particular to add to the report other than in terms of the 3.2, the team will be attending site tomorrow, and we'll be catching up with those who were part of the response on last week to better understand the flooding mechanisms, because as Councillor Scobie advises, there was water on the road, but in our understanding, the flooding that was occurring underneath the property was not coming from that source. So it's just to get a better understanding of this side of things. But happy to take questions on this, or in general on the sort of later observations within the report about the workload and such like.
Okay, just one thing, James. I suppose a sensible question to ask you is that I'm assuming, and I hope I'm assuming correctly, that the flood risk team and the wider team are supporting the local householders in whatever way they can. And if you can give us some information on that, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of what help's available, in the last time there was flooding incident in that part of Station Street, the team have met and offered help and advice on what residents can do to protect their own properties, and quite often that can be taken as a sort of council trying to back away from what it considers its responsibilities to resolve. And there is no doubt with this particular location that the council has made commitments to undertake works to reduce the risk of flooding by undertaking some storage options on the fields to the south of the location. I believe one of the residents did take up some additional options to install measures that would reduce the potential for flood risk on the property, and those are things that we support through grant funding, through our subsidised flood product scheme. So that, and along with advice that can be obtained from us, so the likes of Scottish Flood Forum, a national body, can assist in that regard. So yeah, we very much do support what we can to engage with residents, and we'll continue to do so. So that you'll see from the timeline that on the night of the event, staff from Stephen's service within the street scene were also out supporting roads colleagues as well in terms of providing pumps.
Thanks, James. I've got a couple of members wanting to come in now. I've got Jane first and then Dougie.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Really, all I would be asking, in 3.8, the priority projects that you've got there don't look to me as if they are going to impact householders directly. I'm curious that they don't seem to be any other flooding proposals, James, that you have in that list of priorities. All I'd be saying is I've got no difficulty at all about shunting this one further up the line. If it's, if that is the total list of priorities that you've got. So I'm curious to know why there's a flooding issue in the midst of all of these, as opposed to being a set of flooding proposals and other issues. If you could just explain.
Just go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through yourself, Councillor Maitland. Yeah, the list that was provided here shows some of the schemes that engineering design are currently involved in, and ones that are clearly have other sort of demands upon the service. So not just within communities remit. So if we take Lockerbie Station, car parking. Or sorry, the Kellerholm Link Road, which is a project for economy and resources. So it's about resources that are taken away to schemes that are quite important. You are correct in saying that these don't impact upon sort of, as you would say, flooding. They're clearly not flooding schemes. There are a number of flooding schemes that the flood risk management team are taking forward, and I mean, for example, the one that came up in the previous committee paper was raised with regards to Langham and the pluvial flooding, runoff flooding issues. Sorry, I use technical terms, runoff issues from a hillside at Langham, and that is another priority. It's a Carrsfern that was mentioned by Councillor Campbell is another priority to the team, and it's I guess from my point of view. The way that the Flood Risk Management Act, and I believe Councillor Maitland, sorry, you engaged quite a lot in the approach that was taken over the Flood Risk Management Act. The priority was a sort of plan-led, risk-based approach to flood risk management, and in that regard, it was which schemes get the priority is always going to be a challenge. So I think that the point it's a tough one to make. The point we're trying to make is that there's a lot of demands upon the service. They're working within the confines of the challenges of working from home, as is alluded to in 3.9. The regular reports that you get, and it's just flagging up that the demands upon the team, whether that's managing internal resources or managing external resources, it does present us with some challenges. I'm not trying to pretend we're backing out of doing work at all. That's not my point. It's just, and I've got Duncan here. I don't know whether Duncan wants to try and word that better than I have in terms of the challenges that may be faced by his team. Is that okay to put you on the spot there, Duncan?
Just go ahead, Duncan. Yep.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Chair. Yes, yeah, I think James has put it quite well, actually.
Within engineering design, we do deliver projects for this service, but we also deliver for other services across the council. And some of those projects are seen as being quite high priority. The Kellerholm Link Road, which is mentioned there, is, it's a piece of work that we're doing to support a factory developer extension, which is going to sustain quite a number of jobs in the area, new jobs. So that's been taking a bit of focus. It's been impacted by COVID, so it's been done a lot later than it should have been done, and it's still ongoing just now, and it won't be finished till probably March time. Some of the resources, whilst they're working on other works, likes of these schemes listed, they will also input to the flood protection scheme. So one of the key resources that I have, who's working on the Stranraer flood protection scheme, is also heavily involved in the Dumfries Sarah Waste Park site, for example, and the Eaglesfield widening job. It's just that we're keen to try and take on as much as we can, because we know that there's a need for these jobs. But I think, being honest, and I think I have to be honest, we've kind of reached a point where we have to say, that's great, these are all the priorities, but amongst those priorities, if they were reallocated again in terms of in their own listing as a prioritisation, that would be even better. And acceptance that certain projects maybe hold more status and are seen as more deserving of our immediate focus to get things moved on, not forgetting those other schemes and get back onto them and keep pulling them on. But I think that would be helpful in terms of me being honest to you, and also getting a bit of realism into the equation. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I see Willie's back. Willie, I read out your wee message to me, so that's your contribution, by the way, before you try and come in. James or Duncan, there's 3.5 in the report is mentioning quite delicate negotiations at this stage. I'm assuming that's having an impact on the progress. Can you maybe give us a bit of background on that without going into sensitive details of the negotiations?
Yes, Chair, absolutely. Yeah, we've to determine the value of the land, we use the district valuer, the valuation office agency, and that piece of work was achieved last year. Having done that, we are now in, it's with the responsibility of our property and architectural services property team and the legal services to finalise those details with the agent and the landowner, and it's that part that we're currently under discussion with, and just keen to ensure that there aren't any specific issues that would cause us concern going forward in terms of the use of the land. So it's just making sure that we don't end up with conditions that impact upon that. And I mean, I had a discussion with Property and Architectural Services yesterday in this regard. So it's just trying to manage. I don't know if delicate's the word, but you know what I mean. It's with regards to that sort of professional courtesy of you know, it's a confidential matter between officers and not for, you know, I'm not saying that wouldn't be shared with members, but this isn't an exempt report, so you know, that wouldn't be available at this particular juncture. But I'm confident we can come to a solution to this. It's not insurmountable by any means, but it's taken a little bit more time than we expected, and I expect continued lockdown restrictions are impacting upon the you know, some of the work that's being done in that regard. And but I would, as I said, I would hope to have something a bit more positive in the not too distant future.
Thanks, James. I've got Dougie, and then I've got to let Willie in to finish off, and then we'll go to recommendations. Okay, Dougie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. First of all, Chair, I've got an apology to make. I should have made a declaration of interest for this particular item, as I know someone who lives on Station Street. And my question is that I know that the flooding on Station Street has been limited to a specific area, and it doesn't, you know, it hasn't extended along the full length of the street. But I know that residents who haven't been affected so far are concerned and worried that the flooding will impact on them at some point if there's a continuation of this. And it's just to ask the question in terms of what James was saying, Chair, about support and consultation with residents. Will that extend to residents who have as yet not been affected? Because without knowing the engineering side of this, you can stop a flood in one place, but the water has to go somewhere. And it's just to see if that would be factored into the work that will be ongoing on this. Thanks, Chair.
James, can you pick that up?
Yeah, quite happy to. I mean, we've identified areas with the modelling work that would have been done, Councillor Campbell, with regards to where properties on Station Street would be affected. So it may be that actually the location wouldn't be impacted by the flooding, because Station Street obviously extends right down to the main, I guess it's London Road, is at the north, at the junction there. I was quite happy that if you have specific, concerns on a property, for them to make contact with myself or with the team, and can allay some of those concerns that may have. The approach being taken in terms of flood risk management here is to, just for your information, is to use the area of fields to the south of the railway line to take the peak out of the flow, which currently happens due to undersized culverts and within the area under the former railway sidings and before it heads under Station Street itself. So it does have an effect at the moment, and Councillor Scobie will testify to that, as to the volumes of water that were sitting within the fields during the flood event. And our approach is to formalise that and have slightly more control over that system, so that should in future a culvert be replaced with our control, we didn't end up with a lot of additional water ending up and travelling downstream.
James, you okay with that, Dougie? Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I'll maybe pick that up with James later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Willie, do you want to come in and finish this, both the response to Dougie's point and just to wind up, and then we'll go to recommendations?
Thanks, Andy, and sorry I had to leave there, but I had an appointment I couldn't miss. So I'm pleased I get back in time still when this item's being discussed. I put down in writing, what I feel that the area has had flooding, and James and others can testify to that. Only a year ago and throughout the period, it has been subjected to severe flooding, and it's not just residents; it's also there's businesses alongside the residents, and in this case it did come up and did spill into the carriageway again, and that was the fear that the residents had. And I'm pleased to see that in the report we're looking at other aspects where there was flooding below the floorboards to properties further down from the properties that set alongside or cheap bejouled by what they call the town burn. Just on Dougie's point, and there are two burns that come together just behind what was the old SAI building at the bottom of Edinburgh Hill. And there is a fear that whatever we do will cause flooding further down on the Black Stank burn. And we've got the Black Stank and the town burn. And James, this is two properties in Westwood to the back of Stair Park, the football ground. So there is a concern there that whatever we do may cause further flooding downstream with the Black Stank burn. And no doubt, James, you have looked at that. I think I said, I typed out what my concerns are. By the continual flooding or near to flooding as we had on the 4th of February there, and the people living in fear. And we really, I hope that we can keep to as in 3.6, that timescale, if not accelerate it in seeing where there's any slack in any of the periods there, so that people can start to live in some normality rather than every time it rains, then they're in fear of the flooding and so forth. And another part is just what assistance we can be to the residents. I know we had a meeting and there's a concern being raised in terms of floodgates to properties, different vent bricks and so forth and so on. So I think we need to offer as much assistance as we can in the period leading up, as outlined in 3.6. I'm just looking for the assurance that we can keep to this, that there's been and again, I'll place on record the support we got from the workers at Commerce Road, being out at the times that is referred to in here, just pumping out people's houses where they had flooding below the scatting boards in the Solums. So I place on record again. And just as a matter of interest, and James, I would again place on record, we had the same problem in Spout Wells. You know, if there been any flooding, I would have expected it from more from Shuken View and around that area. There was no reports of it. So the work we have done behind Spout Wells seems to have had a positive effect. And maybe I'll touch wood on that one. The issue, you know, has been resolved. So again, thanks for all the work there. And we need the same work done in behind Station Street, the SAI building in Station Street. And we need to keep to that time.
Willie, as always, you're a master at getting a number of things into one statement. Right, thanks very much for that, James. I don't think there's anything we need to add to this. I'm ready to go to the recommendations. So we're asked to note the detail of the flooding incident on Station Street, Stranraer, on the 4th of this month. That's noted. And again, the recommendation is to agree to seek to deliver the work, item 6 of the Stranraer flood protection works at Black Parks, to the timetable set in the report. That's in paragraph 3.6, notwithstanding the external factors which will influence this being achieved. Now that's there quite intentionally, obviously, because we can't just say what's got to be done, because I appreciate there might be other issues will come up at different times. So I'm looking around the room and I'm not seeing anybody with any contra view to that. I think it's had a fair airing and the issue has been raised and very well put across. So are we happy? Yes. Are we agreeing a recommendation 2? Okay, so I'm not getting anybody. Thanks very much. I'll take that as yes, we are. Thanks very much, James Duncan, for your input in that. Very technical stuff, some of it. Right. Now, what I was just going to say, we're smack on. We're on 1 o'clock, and we will have, like I intimated at the very start, at 1 o'clock we'll have a break. I'm suggesting 20 minutes, to be honest. Is that enough for everybody? Come back at 1:20. Okay. We'll suspend the meeting just now and come back at 1:20. Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much, and thanks everybody for rejoining. Claire, can you just let me know I'm a quorum ready to start?
Right, Chair, certainly correct. A couple of members not yet returned, but you're correct.
Yeah, I notice Ian Blake has left the thing, he's away for treatment, so I think we can excuse him in this one, given he's still in hospital. There's Jim Worldwide now eating his lunch. Okay, so ready to start. We'll move on to item number 10, the Capital Investment Strategy Vehicle Fleet Asset Class Capital Programme. Report provides an update to members in relation to the delivery of the Vehicle and Fleet Asset Capital Programme for the years 2021 from the 1st of April to the 31st of December 2020. We've got Gordon Bryce with us through Teams to take any questions on the report. Gordon, are you there? Good afternoon, Gordon. Nice to see you again. Is there anything you'd like to add to your report, or are you happy going straight to questions?
Afternoon, Chair. It's a short and sweet report for this update. Bulk of the spend has went on buses for this financial year's allocation. The last 3 of the buses will be delivered in this Friday, which will complete the allocation of the capital spend. I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Gordon. As you say, it's short and sweet, very much to the point. Is there anybody want to come in? Ian Barr, can you turn off your video? Thanks. Okay, Gordon, I'm not getting anybody coming in looking for any questions at all, so you've got an easy afternoon. So I'll just move to recommendations then, and we're just noting the financial update in relation to the vehicle purchases for the 2020-2021 Vehicle Asset Class Programme as set out in the appendix. Okay, in the absence of anything by a claim, I'm saying that's agreed. Gordon, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll move on now to item number 11, the Capital Investment Strategy Land Asset Class Capital Programme for the years 2021. The update, report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure. The report provides members with an update in relation to the projects and financial progress of the Land Asset Capital Programme for 2021 from the 1st of April to the 31st of December 2020. As indicated, item 9 in the agenda, I very much welcome the ward information that has been issued to members. And again, that should cut down on individual ward issues getting discussed by a strategic committee. So again, I urge all the members to actually use that function and get in touch with officers direct. Nicola Simpson is available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Nicola, have you got any update, or are you quite happy for just going to questions?
Quite happy just to go to questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to come in? Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. One question I should have asked, obviously need to apologise to Nicola in advance about the information we received prior to the meeting, and it's about the Kirkconnell Cemetery, where the 20k has been carried forward. It says an indicative figure, but initially it was a committed figure, and I'm kind of hoping that that's not being diluted somehow. And probably just I'll know the answer, but just give me peace of mind, please. It says that testing's taking place and the results are not in this year. I take it that's the year 20 to 21 and no to the new projected spend in 2022. That's a question. And then on the back of that, Chair, with your approval, I'd like to just thank Nicola for the 2 additional items that she's placed on the agenda. And I'm pleased to see that we will get a bi-monthly report on the development of hopefully the extension to the cemetery from ward managers. The only thing I would ask maybe is if we could get a report back in a year. This is one of these unusual prizes, if you want, Chair, where the community are buying into this extension. The landowner has written to the council saying that they're willing to sell the land, and the bottleneck, if you like, is getting SEPA to agree that it's an appropriate location for an extension. The rest of the work could go on then at a more leisurely pace, for want of a better word, but I'm keen to learn that it will be acceptable in terms of usage. Otherwise, we as officers and we as the community have to work together and try and find another burial ground completely, which would cause serious concerns because the community signed up to this. Council and Nicholas Helps signed up to it, so it'd be good to get a report in a year's time, just setting out where we are and whether or not we've had further engagement with the landowner. It's 8 years since they committed to sell to us, so how we're on in a year would be much more helpful, Chair, than 18 months. Might also allow us to use a further small amount of the budget and budget setting time rather than get into the middle of August and find that, well, if we want to do work, the budget's already committed. So an observation mainly, Chair, but I'd appreciate a response for Nicola.
Nicola, just go ahead. Don't wait for me to let you come
Okay,
in.
no problem. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dempster. First point, I think, was in relation to the £20,000 that's set aside for Kirkconnell. That hasn't disappeared anywhere. It is still sitting there, ready to be used. And the delay in taking that forward at the moment is that we're currently monitoring soakaways there to make sure that everything's in order. So that takes a bit of time and ongoing monitoring, and the results of that won't be in this financial year up to March, but will be in the following financial year, because it's about 12 to 18 months worth of testing gets done there. Regarding the Sankar project, commenced ground investigation works again. This is us trying to move that forward, and the investigation work has to take place, and there has to be test pits dug there to test the water levels and the soil types, etc. And that takes about 12 months or so to collect sufficient data to satisfy SEPA. So that's what we're starting to do, wanting to start to do there to progress this forward. And as you say, if SEPA don't agree with it, then that is the bottleneck, but we're doing all we can to move that forward.
Chair, your indulgence, happy with that. I'm just keen to see that we start the work now so that we'll have the 12 months data before the next financial year, and so that members of the committee and the wider council can be comfortable that we can progress with the initial or the necessary information to move to the next stage. So it's no a challenge or anything. I'd just like to see it happen soon, Nicola, so that we can get a report as quick as we can, because if there are problems, we don't want to get into a situation where we're scrabbling about in the last couple of years to find a new location when we would have some reasonable time if our intended extension, just for whatever reason, doesn't play out.
Thank you. Yes, we know we know that it's important to get this done, and we will be progressing it.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks very much, Nicola. Look forward to catching up with your updates as and when you feel appropriate.
Okay. Anyone else got a question for Nicola? Nope. Seems like an easy ride, Nicola. So we'll move to the recommendations. We're asked to note the financial and physical progress on the projects to date. That's noted. 2, agree to recommend the FPT Finance Procurement and Transformation Committee that the slippage within the programme is carried forward into the next financial year to allow the projects to continue to progress. That's set out at paragraph 3.4. And then agree to the addition of a project to purchase and install a further memorial planter in Sankar Cemetery at a cost of £8,000, paragraphs 311 to 312. And finally, 4, agree to addition of a project to commence ground investigation works to assist in the development of an extension to Sankar Cemetery at a cost of 1.5k. And that's set out at paragraph 3.13. We happy to agree them all? Okay, again, in the absence of any to the alternative, we'll take that as by acclaim, and it's unanimous. Okay, thanks very much, Nicola. And we'll now move on to item number 12, isn't it? Where's my thing? Yeah, it's you again, isn't it? It's the Inclusive Play project update. Report provides members with an update in relation to the 3 remaining Inclusive Play projects. Nicola's got to update us on here, and I'll hand it over to you, Nicola. Any questions? Sean?
If Nicola wants to go first, I was just going to add something if she had anything to add.
Just one small update today, and it's just to advise about the Annan project. We've got a potential delay of a couple of weeks on that one at the moment. They were supposed to be on site this week, removing the existing play park in preparation for the installation of the Inclusive Play Park there. However, unfortunately, some members of the installation team have been struck down with COVID, and they're obviously recuperating, and the rest of the team is in isolation at the moment. So the company are keeping in contact with me on that. Hopefully it will not be too much of a delay, but obviously it's unavoidable in the current time, and we couldn't have foreseen it. But it was just to update you on that. Happy to take questions on everything else.
Okay, Sean.
Thanks. Yeah, it was really just, I mean, it's welcome news now with regards to, we're nearly there with the Annan Play Park. There has been delays because of the change of the venue, etc. But really what I wanted to say at this point was really just to commend probably the community's directorate, because I think it's a great example of different parts of the community's directorate working together. And Nicola's been right in the middle of all that. But I'd just like to kind of thank, I think, Richard Grieveson and Karen Brownlee, you know, because they've kind of on the leisure, culture and well-being, and we've had Jamie Nicholson, who's been working closely with the group along with Nicola as a ward officer, and then we've had Nicola as asset manager doing a range of things. So effectively what we're going to see is, I mean, there's over 200,000 investment from the council, but, you know, originally the play park amount was 166,000. Some of it was to do some infrastructure improvements around about the car park and in the New England Sports, and 125,000 was going to the play park equipment itself, which will be in the next 2 or 3 months, and the community is very excited about that. But along the way as well, what we've identified is, you know, we've had drainage infrastructure improvements, we've done environmental improvements with regards to removing some of the bushes and overgrowth, and also removing a redundant porta cabin. We've had improved facility improvements at Newton Sports Centre with the introduction of the Change in Places toilet. So as a community now, you know, the apps group that have been working along with the various members in the council have just recently kind of showed the plans, and that's been met with fantastic response by the community. And I think it just goes to show you, you know, that it's a good example of the community's director working and solving a number of issues there. But at the end of it, we're going to have a fantastic play park to be enjoyed by Anne and the surrounding community. But also we've had major kind of improvements to Newton Sports Centre as well, which should, through the large increase in footfall, it should have enhanced benefits to the sports centre as well. So it's really just to thank everyone involved, and we've eventually got there with a little bit of perseverance. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Pauline?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for your report, Nicola. Just a quick one to say, obviously we see in recommendation 2 that we're agreeing the budget for the 3 remaining inclusive play parks. Just to point out that it's very important that the smaller areas are not overlooked, Nicola, specifically Loch Maben being one of them that springs to mind. We're going to see a huge increase, and we have already, in fact, over the last 2 years, with the use of outdoor play parks, natural parks, park runs, etc. And I think we'll see continued use. So at the moment, I know the communities are very grateful for all the work that you and the teams have been doing, particularly when it comes to community partner funding, when the groups themselves have to raise a certain amount. It's been difficult for them and challenging, particularly Castle Douglas, because a lot of the funding has to be done online just now. So, I would like to note that everyone's grateful for all help given with regards to funding. But yeah, if we could just make sure the smaller areas aren't overlooked going forward. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Nicola.
Okay, I think that was wasn't a question there, Nicola, was there? I don't think so.
I can come back if I may, just to say that regarding Loch Maben, I have been approached just in very recent days by the Loch Maben community looking to develop a park there, and they're away looking for funding opportunities. So I've obviously said to them that we'll offer as much support and help as we can as they move forward with those plans. So hopefully we can work together and end up with something at Loch Maben as well, which the community is helping to fund. But we'll obviously update members on that as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. I've got Willie and then Dougie.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the point, Nicola, 3.1, and I think we've got to recognise the vision that Ronnie Nicholson had when he put the first £500,000 as leader of the council into inclusive play parks, and that has been welcomed, as it says in 3.1, within the hearts of their respective communities. And I think Stranraer was the first, and it's undoubtedly the case by the amount of people that use it, both from kids who are profoundly disabled through to kids, with no disability, how they mix together. It's been a fantastic project for the council, and it's all praise to Ronnie on that. But it's just on the Stair Park, Nicola, and there was within the group that took that forward the opportunity, at least, to look for external funding for other facilities, changing facilities, etc. I just wondered if that had got anywhere, or if it's still being progressed. Is there a changing room, etc.?
It is still being progressed, and they have applied for some funding and are waiting to hear back on the results of that. And they're continuing to move forward and do intend to have a changing places toilet at that location as well in due course.
Thank you.
Dougie and then Jim Dempster.
Thank you, Chair. It's not mentioned in this report, but I'm going to make a shameless shout out to the new play park at Riverbank in Gatehouse, and I do have a point in raising that. And this play park includes a significant element of inclusive play, and was created as a community project and sourced all of their funding. But my point is that not all inclusive play parks have to be provided by the council. Communities, if they're organised, can achieve this. But what was essential in that process was the support from officers, including the ward officer and others. So it's just a point I want to make, that it's not only the council that can make this happen, it's also communities and empowering themselves in that.
Very well made, Dougie. That's I remember that. Is there any comment on that, Nicola?
No further comment, no. We do try our best to work with communities, and we've had the pleasure of working with a lot of communities that are very keen to do a lot for themselves, which is very encouraging, and we'll continue to offer that support as we go forward.
Thanks very much, Nicola. Right, Jim Dempster and then David Ingalls.
Thanks, Chair. Just to echo some of the things that other members have been saying. I know personally the difference that play equipment has made up in Killahome. It's the busiest play park in the area, and it's a fabulous addition to that community. And I think we should be commending the work that these community groups do in completing these projects in partnership with the council, and it's a good example of a partnership working. The only thing I would say is, and it's about budget setting obviously, and it's for another day, no here, but if we intend to continue with this scheme, we should be making that publicly known rather than communities coming to us. We should be an assessment on need as well as demand, how many kids might benefit that don't get the chance to use ordinary or everyday equipment, need specialist equipment, and in that way we'd have a better picture of where we need to continue investing if that's a decision that the council will make. But I just want to underline what other members are saying. It's one of the success stories of the Communities Directorate and working in partnership with communities and the work that our staff do. Thanks for that, Chair.
Jim, thank you very much for the kind words, as others. David, do you want to come in?
Yeah, if I can give you just a quick update on the Newton Stewart one, Nicola, thanks for this report. The Newton Stewart initiative had a three-phase development at Douglas Park. The first phase was the delivery of the BMX track, which they funded through various funders on their own as part. That was the initial project. Phase 2 was the accessible play, which the funding was in place for most of that, in fact for all of it. And the phase 3 was the development of the Changing Places toilet. Now we're at present we're ready to go to funders now to get that funding for the Changing Places toilet. We've experienced difficulties over the last 2 or 3 years with project coordinators. You know, our initial project coordinator who started this off had to leave due to family circumstances, and then we had we had one temporary one. We've now got a full-time one back in place, so we're really trying to get this moving as quickly as we can now. Hopefully get this delivered within the next sort of 3 or 4 months if possible.
Thanks, Nicola. Before you come in, David, do you want us to record your interest in this item on the agenda? Because you're in the Newton Stewart initiative. I'm not having a go at you. I think I'm protecting you, actually. I think because we're going to make a decision about funding.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chair. It may be sensible to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. It's a protection for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Nicola, I don't think I've got anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just for the governance officer, can we recognise David's declaration of interest in this, because he's on the Newton Stewart initiative board, I think maybe he's chair or vice chair or something. So going to the recommendations, are we going to note the financial and physical progress of the projects to date? Yeah, and then agree to reallocate the budget for the 3 remaining inclusive play projects into 21-22. I think that's a really sensible suggestion and solution, because and it looks as though the Castle Douglas one are starting to get things moving forward. So let's give them some more time, I think, is a fair, proportionate way going forward. So are we all comfortable with that then? Okay, then again, I'll take no intervention as being, we're agreeing that by acclaim. Thank you. And thanks very much for that, David, when you're coming in there at the end. Thanks, Nicola.
Thank you.
So we'll now move on to the major events, festivals and events strategy for 2018 to 21, adoption of the interim action plan for 21-22. The report seeks members' approval to adopt the interim action plan 2021 for the major events strategy 2018 to 2021. We've got Ian Barr and Karen Brownlee available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Either of you get any update that it would substantially change what's in the report, or are you happy going straight to questions?
Nothing further to add, Chair. Thank you. Happy to go straight to questions.
Okay. Thank you. First question I've got is Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ian and Karen, for this report. In specific reference to the Gravel Bike Festival, which has obviously been detailed in the report, but from a ward perspective, this is going to be a huge event. And myself, Pauline and Jane obviously are aware of the more details perhaps than other members are. And it's going to be an event which is going to be televised worldwide. And it's going to be a huge boost, not just to Gatehouse, but to the Stewartry and the whole of the region in terms of the recovery from COVID. This is a point that I've been asked a few times, that there's a misconception that gravel biking is not mountain biking. It's a new form of, or a new discipline in cycling. So it's unique and separate from the Seven Stains. And the organisers' overall ambition is that this event will be repeated year on year. And they have their eyes on the World Cycling Championships, which are taking place in Glasgow in 2023. And what they hope to do is to have the gravel bike element of that to take place here in our region, which I think would be a great coup for us. So it goes without saying that I am fully supporting this festival, and I hope other members will do likewise. It would be remiss of me if I didn't introduce an element in terms of climate change into this particular event and also for other events. And I think it's important that when we as a council are supporting events, that we reflect our new strategic priority on climate change. Now, I know the Gravel Bike Festival, the organisers, their intention is that in terms of the festival site, which will be Garrish Park and Gatehouse, that it will be sustainable and environmentally friendly. But I feel strongly that we need to build this into the conditions that we stipulate for organisers of events, so that it ties in with our strategic priority. And I wonder if Ian or Karen could perhaps comment on that and how we can achieve that. Thanks, Chair.
Who wants to go? Ian or Karen? Ian? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the support for the Gravel Festival. And I think it is a significant festival in our terms, in that it brings into the region a significant international events organisation that's very happy and wants to work with local communities and local the business supply chain as well. I think with every major event and in our community events fund, we can build in safeguards for the environment, and we can make event organisers completely aware of our green policies and action on the environment. And I can take that forward on an individual basis and build requirements into the service level agreements as we go forward, and take advice within the council to set out our minimum standards before we actually release any funding if the action plan's adopted this afternoon.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. You okay with that, Dougie? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Willie, you want to come in?
It's really just to tap into Dougie's enthusiasm for biking, and great if we could, get more insight into the festival, Dougie, on what you refer to as gravel biking or whatever. I know that we've started in Stranraer bikeability at the community reuse shop, and Dougie, if you're ever free and it's appropriate to come through just to see what they're doing at the community reuse shop with the bikeability and cycle project at the community reuse shop in Stranraer. But there's an added feature to that one, and we've got DGHP building houses in Stranraer up St Ninian's Avenue area, just adjacent to the Bogue King George V playing field. And rather seeing infill or extract from the hill being taken away, we could create natural bike project there in King George V in the Bogue, using the material from there to there. So it's working again with DGHP and they're a way to think about that. So again, it's around biking and getting more people to go onto bikes, and we're seeing that with the cycle project in Stranraer. So Dougie, if you're ever free and appropriate to come through, I would welcome and extend an invitation to you, not only in the biking project, but there's others up at the community reuse shop in terms of climate change that I think you would be interested in. Just on the major projects, and I partially spoke of it at another Communities Committee meeting in Stranraer, and unfortunately, because of COVID, that one is not going ahead in the schedule as proposed for the spring of this year. But I'm not, I think it's still on the table. And the Development Trust are keen to promote what would be, again, just as Dougie explained, a nationwide, if not worldwide, project for Stranraer. And I would like to think that we've still got our eye on the ball on that one, Ian, in terms of working closely with the Development Trust so that they can bring it back when it's appropriate to do so. I just need an assurance on that.
Yes, I think we spoke during the October committee, Councillor Scobie, and it's an absolute priority for me to support this project and support the Development Trust, and I'm in constant contact with their board members and Mr. Petrucci, so it's an absolute priority. I share your enthusiasm, and I think it would be a fantastic development for Stranraer if this specific project could go ahead towards the end of this year or next year.
Thanks, Ian. Just on the bike, Karen, and support again for the possibility of King George V for a biking project.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor Scobie. That's certainly a future project that I could discuss with the Community Assets team, who manage the Bogue area of Stranraer. It sounds like an exciting project indeed. I think just to go back on, the enthusiasm that the gravel festival is bringing, we would look to build on that, throughout our communities and throughout our leisure and sport colleagues to encourage, further health and well-being aspects throughout all of our communities. So it is at an early stage, and through Ian, he'll be working to progress that festival. But on a wider aspect, we will also be looking to develop that through leisure and sport colleagues.
Thanks, Colin. I'm sure you're working with the other bike project in terms of, I don't know if it's gravel in line with the gravel festival, but the one at Stair Park that you've looked at with another group in terms of biking. A lot is going on in Stranraer, Andy. We just need to keep them keep to the fore on it. When you can get a cousin that becomes world champion, you've something to shout about.
Well, you're forever the opportunist, but didn't push it too far at the one time. It was really interesting to talk to you about getting your bike, but I don't think that was what Mr. Tebbit meant at the time. But I take your point without getting political. Now I've got a cup. I'm trying to work my way through some of the biking things that are getting put onto the meeting chat. I think it's Pauline wants to speak. I think the rest are, and then David Stitt.
That's great. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ian and Karen. I know you've worked hard on this project, and I do refer to 2.2. I think it would be remiss of us not to mention the foresight and drive that the owners Esther Tack and Warren Zanders have had, bringing Galazzo into the equation for Dumfries and Galloway. I think this is the route forward with COVID and all the difficulties running events. This is an absolutely perfect event in my eyes because we can do it socially distanced. Moving on from that, I hope, Ian and Karen, you could maybe confirm with us that there'll be collaboration going forward, which I think there will be, with, for example, Galazzo alongside Visit Scotland, the Association of Self-Caterers, and anyone else that might be relevant, so that we're making sure that business is brought in across the whole region, accommodation-wise. I understand it will depend on the first level of interest in the event and the numbers coming to the area, but people will be able to stay across the region and come to the event at the time. So just some confirmation on that, and thanks for all your hard work on the project.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I think you made the same point to me in October about collaboration with the accommodation sector around the Tour Series event in the Stewartry, and that work is now taking place, and the Castle Douglas Development Forum will be making sure that everyone that comes into the Stewartry for that Tour of Britain event knows all about the accommodation options, and we will do the same, of course we will, with the Galazzo event, either through Galazzo directly with Esther and Warren of Galloway Cycling Holidays being commissioned to do that, or another approach. But we will absolutely make sure that we publicise all of the accommodation options that we can.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Davy Stitt.
Just I sent Karen an email, but I thought I'd just come in handy. I'll welcome any cycling event in Dumfries and Galway, but I don't know the dates for this, but I hope you've got in touch with likes of they'll be at Hard Rock, because they have an event in October. I know it's different cycling, but they have a big event over 2 days, and they usually begin in October. And I think there's another one is at Carrochterry about the same time, just so that they're not going to coincide and robbing Peter to pay Paul. Thanks.
Okay, I will leave that in Karen and Ian's hands to coordinate. Yeah, best we can. Of course, we can't. The gravel thing will be an international event, and it will be an international timetable, very similar to the Tour of Britain and the skating events at the Ice Bowl, stuff like that. So, yeah, but obviously as best we can, Davey, we'll coordinate. Your point's well made. Anyone else wanting in? No. In that case, as the chair, I'm just going to come in with a couple of things. Those of us old enough to be around for foot, remember how we got out of the foot and mouth. I'll let you in a second, Dougie. Foot and mouth, there were two avenues out of that crisis. One was events and one was diversification. And I think it's exactly the right format to take us forward into the RRR or COVID. So I think these events will play a major part, and any other events coming to the region or potentially come to the region could play a major impact on how we emerge from the other side of COVID. That's my personal view on this. Dougie, do you want back in?
Yes, please, Chair. Excuse me, on a different matter, in my excitement for the Gravel Festival, I forgot to mention the Galloway Horde. I think, again, this is going to be a huge boon for the region and will attract a lot of footfall, I'm sure, and it couldn't come at a better time, I think, in terms of emerging from the pandemic. But just to also say thank you to the officers who have been continually working in conjunction with National Museums to secure the Galloway Horde as soon as is practically possible. So thank you for that.
Thanks very much, Dougie. I think just again on a personal note, I mean, I know because Ian and I worked on some stuff at the Ice Bowl a number of years ago, and from small acorns, giant oaks grow to such an extent as latterly some of the skating events, all the accommodation within about a 40-50 mile radius of Dumfries were used up for that 5-day period. So I only think can see positives in this and the way we take it forward. Is there anybody else got anything else they'd like to contribute at this moment in time? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands or typing in there, so I'll move on to the recommendations. And that's one, we'll agree that the major events and event strategy interim action plan for 21-22 is outlined within the paragraphs 370 to 311 and the appendix. And then two, importantly, approved funding of £20,000 towards the Galazzo Galloway Gravel Festival development as detailed in sections 312 to 318. We agreed? Again, I'll take lack of anything to the contrary as agreed by acclaim. So thanks very much. And Karen, thanks very much. And Ian, thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 14, the Galloway Inquiry Systems report by the Community Planning Engagement Manager. Report is for members to consider the arrangements, excuse me, for the Council's inquiry systems for community councils, elected members, MPs, MSPs, and additionally youth councillors. I've got Liz Manson available through Teams to take any questions. Liz, do you want anything to update us, or are you happy going straight to questions?
No, happy to go straight to questions. Hopefully it's self-explanatory. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll kick it off in this time for once rather than letting everybody else speak. I actually think the youth, the youth councillors should have the same facilities as us, and I think that should be a given. Is there anyone else got any contribution to make to this? No. Oh, Pauline.
I'm sorry, Chair, to come back in. Just a couple of quick things. Thank you very much, Liz, for the report. With regards to the inquiry service, we received an email from Derek, Director of Communities, just about the 4th of Feb it was, Liz, and it gave us the information that we were to start, or possibly not start. I was maybe doing it incorrectly. It was maybe directed at me. With regards to reporting of roads, waste, bins, fly tipping, dog fouling, etc. That was to go through the other system on the front page of the council website. So can you clarify that is what that everyone's still to do? Also, if we are reporting faults through that, Liz, does that mean that that's not included in 3.3, the number of complaints received? Or are those complaints as a elected member, will they be included in those totals? Do you know what I mean? It's a bit difficult for us to know what the recording is. That's the first question. Sorry to throw that at you. And the second thing is, was there actually a working group formed for the new proposals? And if so, should they have been asked first? That was the second question. Thanks very much.
Yeah, so in response to your first point, we do have different systems that are complementary. And the idea is that the report system is dedicated for any reports of service failures, street lighting, etc. And so it's a faster and more direct approach for you to feed it into that system. The report system, as you would have seen from the roads improvement plan, work is ongoing to improve that system, and there will be reports provided about the volume in terms of report it. So it's not included in the numbers at 3.3. The EMES system is a more general inquiry system. And one of the purposes of the memo that you got last week, and you'll see from the report following this, that we have to be more accurate in terms of if it's an FOI, if it's a freedom of information request, we need to be recording it as a freedom of information request. And so we're just tidying up. We can do that as back office, but clearly if members are putting the information through that dedicated route in the first place, it just speeds things up. With regard to the working group, the changes about the information going into the correct route, that's not necessarily a change. That's more just about improving the flow of information. So the changes to the timescales, which was the main point of that memo, were agreed by full council in December, and so it wasn't necessarily a working group issue. So we do bring the group together when there is something to analyse and perhaps discuss. But that change in the timescales had been an offer from councillors yourselves as a mechanism to just take some of the pressure off officers during COVID. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Liz.
Okay, I see Ian Blake's got his hand up. Ian, do you want to come in?
I was going to, but I'll take it down now. Pauline's covering my point. Thanks.
Okay, Ian, thank you. Anyone else? No, I'm not seeing anybody else. Okay. So I'm moving to recommendations. We're asked to note the improvements and arrangements for the Community Council elected member, MP and MSP inquiry systems set out in paragraphs 3.3 to 3.8, and 2, then agree to the establishment of a youth councillors inquiry system, paragraphs 3.9 to 3.12. Okay, so in the absence of anything to contrary, that's agreed by acclaim. Okay. Thanks very much, everybody. Thanks, Liz. We move on to item number 15, which is the implementation of revised complaints handling procedure, or CHP, report by the Head of Governance and Assurance. The report provides members with an overview of the implementation of the revised statutory complaints handling requirements placed on all local authorities by the Scottish Public Service Ombudsman, or SPSO, with effect from the 1st of April 2021. Well, I welcome both Shari and Lindsay, the Communities Committee, are available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Either Shari or Lindsay, is there anything you want to update or add, or are you just happy to get questions?
Happy to take questions.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. Yeah. The only thing, Willie Scobie left to go to another meeting, but he's put something in the chat line forgot to insert the comment for the need to reinforce the advocacy service under item 15 in all complaints handling. So I think that should go without saying, shouldn't it, really?
Yeah.
Can one of you make contact with Willie and make sure that it's outside the meeting?
Yep, we'll do that.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thank you. Is there anyone else got anything? I mean, this is bringing us up to speed with SPSO requirements, isn't it? Yeah. It's updating our processes. Is that in a substance? Is that it, Lindsay? Yeah.
Yeah. So they've published revised complaints handling procedures. So we're basically just adopting what's already there. So it's statutory, and we're just bringing it up to date, and it'll be ready for the 1st of April for publishing. Okay, that's brilliant, Lindsay. Thank you. So is there anyone got any other questions? And I mean, this is really a very technical report, a process report. Are we happy to go to the recommendations? Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody coming in. So we are agreeing to adopt the Scottish Public Service Ombudsman's revised model complaints handling procedure set out at paragraph 3.2, and also consider and approve the Council's revised complaints handling procedure for implementation by the 1st of April 2021, which are the appendices 1 to 5. And obviously, if we can take out the advocacy issue that Willie flagged up, which I think you would agree needs to be looked at. So that's it. Okay, so are we agreed? Okay, thanks very much, both of you. Short and sweet, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Right, move on to item number 16, the Implementing Transformation in the Communities Directorate report by the Director. The report provides members with an update on the transformation work programmes that are responsibility of the Communities Committee. I've got Stephen Herriot and Harry Hay available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Stephen, Harry, is there anything update for us, or is there anything you'd like to say before we move to questions?
Nothing to add, Chair. No.
Chair, if I may, it was just to pick up a point that Councillor Campbell made in an earlier item in relation to our commitment to carbon emission, etc., and the phrase just transition. And I think just to expand that, if I could, that I think the types of initiatives and projects that we're taking forward through our overall council's transformation programme, particularly those linked to my portfolio in terms of community transport and fleet, etc., I think lend itself very well to that operating principle. I think it also complements extremely well the now well-established communities model, because it's really all about taking a regeneration approach to taking issues and initiatives forward, and how you plan services and come up with solutions in conjunction with individuals and communities, including the most vulnerable, which I think is absolutely critical. So other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're open to questions then. Jane?
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose the thing that I'm concerned about, I mean, this is a huge agenda, obviously, and in fact, in many ways, is really only just touching on each individual item, which could probably do with a report for themselves. But I'm thinking about recycling and litter, and in particular, the issues of how we're going to cope with this coming year. Speaking as somebody in the Stewartry, I can imagine that there is going to be a wave of people suddenly coming into the area, and Dougie and I and Pauline have all been dealing with so-called wild camping. It's nothing of the sort, and the litter that is then left by people, concerned also with the pressure on, should we say, sort of rather, I think, fragile areas on the coastline in particular. And I'm just wondering whether we are ahead of the game in terms of thinking about this, because I think it's going to come down the track really quite fast. Also, dare I say it, bicyclists, the big event that we're going to have, these will all bring their own pressures. And people coming in, which I'm thrilled about, but let's be kind of ready and thinking about it. And that there is transformation to be done. I'm absolutely fine with the direction of travel, really good. But are we just thinking about the pressures that might come at us very quickly as we make the gradual transition from A to B?
Jane, just before I let you come in, Stephen, I actually think that's a really valid point, and I'm actually wondering if we can tie that in with some of the work Ian Barr's doing with some of these major events. They say you're really welcome to come here, but it's a beautiful part of the world, but please respect it. There's a messaging we could be putting out there. I would suggest that would maybe meet some of what Jane's worried about.
Okay, Chair, come back in, yes.
Okay, just come in. Yeah, just come in.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, yes. Thanks, Councillor Maitland. Yes, I think in terms of the waste service, I think that the longer we have to plan a response, the better we'll be in terms of reacting to increased kind of tourism footfall in the region, which has got to be welcomed. This is a kind of subject that's been discussed with the RRR team, and certainly corporate management team are getting their heads together around what the future, the near future, will look like, with hopefully a kind of restart to the economy on, particularly in the tourism side. And if that's spring, that's great. If it's slightly later towards the summer, we can respond to that as well. But I think it raises a number of issues with the use of car parks, the use of laybys, the use of kind of remote areas. And I certainly know that locally there's been discussions with Police Scotland in the west of the region, particularly, where we would see these kind of tourism staycation impacts. But it's certainly something that we're encouraging colleagues in the RRR team just to give a bit of thought to, and a bit of planning and preparation. And we, in my service, will certainly contribute to that in terms of the need to respond, particularly around kind of public toilet provision and the kind of enhanced cleaning regimes, around street cleaning and litter, and around kind of waste uplift if that's required. So yes, we would be part of the planning and preparation for that.
Could I possibly just come in very briefly, Andy, which is to say that I think your suggestion about it all being tied together with the event strategy and Dougie's work with climate change, I can see that working actually in people's minds as we move towards a greater realization of the impact we have. So yes, absolutely. Maybe we could all work together on that one. Certainly. We'd like to.
Well, absolutely. And without taking over this item, if you remember, after the last youth beats, there was a discussion about the use of single-use plastics and recycling and a better move. So there is definitely a connotation, I would suggest, or a real advantage of the whole directorate coming together here for a common objective. So I think we could leave that probably in Stephen and Harry's safe hands at this moment in time. Okay, so I'll just move on. You're right with that, I'll move on to Jim Dempster and then Dougie and then Pauline.
Thanks very much, Chair. To come back on the point that Jane Maitland made just a minute ago about wild camping, if we're going to do anything, we really have to start that type of work now, because if restrictions are lifted by the First Minister in June or July, it's obvious what will happen. Folks will descend on these beauty spots with a vengeance because there's no travel abroad and no enthusiasm for going abroad.
Yeah.
And there's not just wild camping, there's wild fowling where folk are using the countryside to relieve themselves. I know that the fire service in my area, they were threatened with violence when they turned up to put out a huge bonfire out. So there are major issues, and they're not community, well, they're communities issues because we are the one group that represent the community as a whole within the council, and we need a collective approach. It's no our duty to put out fires or police areas, but it's our duty to raise awareness and try and do something to prevent ongoing damage and destruction of the countryside. And there isn't an economic benefit, despite what folks say, because these folk drag their goods with them and then abandon them at the roadside and go away to whatever part of the region or the country they live in. That's just a throwaway line with Jane. The point I was wanting to raise, Chair, and it's maybe another Jane Maitland's Sugar Nail points, but street scenes mentioned, and street scene was a director's initiative, and it's well received, and folk appreciate our intentions and the work that our staff do. But I was contacted just a lunch break there with an irate shopkeeper who's a huge dog fowl mess right outside his shop in Sanker High Street, and this is a regional issue that we don't seem to be addressing. Except the COVID-19, the situation, new community wardens are out. But when we get reports, there are never fines handed out. The police are never seen to be arrested anyway. It's almost as if it's one of these soft matters that don't really matter. But to the local community that I represent and to the wider community, I'm sure, I know one of you laughing, and the soft is maybe the wrong language or phraseology to use. But it is a major issue, and I wouldn't want to waste the committee's time today discussing it, but it's something that our officers have to do to try and make sure that the street scene and cleaner streets, because there's no point in lifting up all the litter and leaving a trail of dog dirt from one line to the street to the other. It's all part and parcel. What we want to see within our communities is lovely streets that are clean, presentable, and what communities appreciate. And currently with the dogfowl, that's not happening. And I know that's no problem either directly, but we need to do something with it. I want some of our staff to take that on board and see what they can do behind the scenes after today's meeting, Chair. Thank you.
I think we'll take that offline, Jim, rather than this particular item of the day, but I think your point's well made. And we can discuss it as a management team, how we can address that. Dougie, you wanted to come in?
Appreciated, Chair. Thank you.
Dougie?
Yeah, thanks. I would just like to respond to the input from Harry, but first of all, just to agree with Jim and Jane in relation to the wild camping issue. And this is something that, we've got the right to access, lochsides and rivers and fields, etc. But we need an outdoor access code with a bit of teeth. But anyway, in terms of the input from Harry, appreciate the input there, Harry, and that's very encouraging. And I think when I wrote the 12-point plan back in 2019, I didn't really, to be honest, have a full understanding about just transition, but it's emerging, and we're all on a journey, I suppose, in terms of how we respond. But I think what it emphasises for me is the importance of the carbon literacy training, so that we start to cascade that understanding of the wider implications of climate change. And Sarah Farrell is working up a proposal, I believe, to have a next round of that training. And I think that we need to get as many people, including elected members, as possible on that, so that we're all familiar with the challenges, the wider challenges ahead. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Pauline.
Hi, thanks, Chair, for letting me in. I'm sorry I'm harping on about the same things, Stephen and Harry. I'm just going to zoom in here. I don't know if you can see that in my screen at all. Hang on, I'll just put this camera. Can you see that picture, anybody? Yeah. So that's just one community this weekend out with the street scene volunteers who've been absolutely amazing. That was a brilliant initiative. But these are people in our communities who go out as volunteers, including Goody myself occasionally, you know, and put our own lives at danger, community members' lives at danger. Now, what I found after this weekend, a bit of research here for you, Councillor Campbell, asking all of the teams that collected these, must be something like 12 bags full, and it didn't even stretch that far from this village, is that most of it, as we can all guess, are cans and fast food products. So east and west of the region, that distance from those two fast food shops, stroke the third Costa Coffee, if you want to include them, the rubbish tends to get dumped that distance either side generally, a lot of it anyway. I think it's got to be more of a national push here. So, for example, our council, we need a representative with a bit of clout to go into those fast food outlets in Dumfries and that particular coffee shop and have them speak to every single customer that comes in and ask them not to dump. And the same with the supermarkets. They should be having signs up at their their drinks outlets and their sandwich outlets to say, you know, keep this rubbish in your car. I think it goes further. It's a problem out with Dumfries and Galloway, but to protect our area for this summer, as Councillor Campbell has said, we would need signs going forward, Harry. I think, you know, reminding people that you are breaking the countryside access laws by leaving your litter if you're fishing or camping or walking. I think we've got to be really quick here, as Jane says. We haven't got time to rest in our laurels because the amount of rubbish being collected at the moment has almost got worse. I keep thinking it's getting better, but then when I see the volumes of the bags, it just seems to be absolutely astronomical. So if there was a chance for the council to actually speak to, you know, the owners of McDonald's or the people that are running those operations and the other two fast food outlets, that would be most helpful, I should imagine. But thanks for your time. Sorry to go on about it.
Yes, I know for a fact that officers, going back to the other Harry, in his time here with the council, we did go into these fast food outlets around about Dumfries bypass or just off the bypass, and to be fair to them, they tend to have programs of cleaning rubbish up within a distance from where they are. With the greatest of respect, it's no McDonald's who throw the stuff out the car window. It's the person in the car who throws it out the car window. So you're right though, Pauline. There's a massive education and enforcement issue here. I think the education needs to be as if you chuck out the window and you're caught, you're getting done. Not a warning. I would think some of this is community planning issue because we need to make sure that our partners like the police and the fire service, depending on what it is, are actually on the same page as us in this and treat it with the same gravitas. Stephen, you want to come in? You want to say something, yeah?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So that's, I mean, what we're talking about in terms of the education, the campaigns and the kind of feeding in and pulling down the national campaigns on litter and recycling is very much one of the transformation projects, the waste prevention awareness transformation project that we've identified out of the 8 that came out of the recycling and litter transformation workshops. And a lot of this was discussed, and we identified there that there was a need at some point to put a bit more investment of time, of officer time, back into waste prevention awareness. It's not something we're actively pushing on just now. We're looking at rolling out the new collection service, and that's where a lot of the focus of that team that would be working on waste prevention awareness in the future are focused on, in terms of rolling out the new collection service, getting good comms around that, and really pushing for the recycling rates to be uplifted in relation to that. But in time, I would see it as very much part of that project. We need to address these issues in terms of what the major supermarkets that are producing a lot of packaging and the fast food outlets that are producing a lot of packaging, that kind of how we tie into the kind of national campaigns and the local lobbying to get the message across about litter reduction and enhanced recycling.
Thanks. I've got Andy Wood coming in again.
Chair, I'll give way to Pauline. I saw she put her hand up. I think she wanted to respond.
No, I think she's actually left us a message. She's just left us a message, Andrew, about speaking to the timber hauliers, but they're not the only people, of course. Yeah, so I think she's kind of agreeing with me to a certain extent.
No, thank you for that. Andrew, I'll probably have to go to Specsavers. I didn't actually pick up on the small wording. But anyway, what I'd like to add is from 3.6 right through to 3.135, all to do with public transport and how we're going to have to look at how we deliver in the future. I mean, this is seriously extremely important work needs to be done. And I would plead with elected members and officers such as Stephen and Harry, please put in the capacity to ensure that this work is given priority. We are running out of time. Make no mistake about it. The whole system is fragile, and I really do urge you to look at how we can add extra capacity to Suez Strands. And I recognise that we have taken on board a new member of the team and very much appreciate that. And I say that on behalf of the board.
Yeah, I think that's well made. Stephen, have you any response, or Harry to come back on that?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Chair,
you come, Harry. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry. Yes, obviously, part of my portfolio now includes transport, and as you can imagine, I'm working very closely with colleague Douglas Kirkpatrick. That I think the opportunities that are presented throughout the whole transformation programme and the partnership with Suez Strands is absolutely underpinned by the need to have adequate and the right resources. So it's got to be clear about how it's going to be delivered, both in terms of timescale and also that we don't want to just do the minimum. We also want to really grasp opportunity. Councillor Wood and members that it's very much capacity and resource is very much top of our agenda at the moment.
We kind of lost a bit of you there, Harry, but I think we got the gist of it, Andy. If need be, you can phone Harry and speak to him. Yeah.
No, that's excellent. No, that much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Dougie Campbell.
My apologies, Chair. You're probably thoroughly scunnered with me today at this committee. It's just to ask a question around 3.13.1 and salary sacrifice. It's just to confirm, if we can, when the report will be going to full council, because I'm particularly interested in this for obvious reasons, and I think it would be a great thing for the council to introduce. Just to give an idea of timescales would be very helpful. Thank you.
Just before they come in, I can tell you the salary sacrifice isn't in the delegations. That has to go because it's a staff condition. It's the wrong committee for that, Dougie. So we can't actually tell you what the timetable would be for that unless one of the officers has got an update on that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, we're working very closely, Councillor Campbell, with Paul Garrett as Head of Finance, and as Andy has said, the plan is to take it to the full council meeting. One of the things we are wanting to absolutely finalise is the advice given to staff and indeed elected members who may be interested in this option, that they fully understand the implications on their retirement and pension planning further down the line. And colleagues in finance and HR are working through that, just so people can make an absolute informed choice. So I'll liaise with colleagues, and I'll let members know exactly what the full council that it's planned to take it to. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, anyone else? Last chance? No. Okay, then. Thanks very much, everybody, for your contributions. So I'm going to move to the recommendation. We've been asked to review the progress of the transformation work programmes for recycling and litter, public transport and travel, and council travel are the responsibility of the Communities Directorate. So we've done that. So thank you very much, the two of you, for that. We'll move on to item number 17, last on the agenda, the surplus property in Dumfries and Galloway. Report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. Again, this report seeks members' agreement that the two areas detailed within the report are surplus to requirements of the Communities Directorate. We should have Andrew Maxwell available through Teams to take questions on the report. Andrew, is there anything you'd like to update us on, or are you quite happy going straight to questions?
It was just a point that was raised yesterday regarding the land at Newton Road. A point was raised by Cycling Dumfries if the land could be possibly used for cycle improvements. I've consulted with client departments and they've came back and confirmed that the land would not be suitable for an active travel project due to constraints of the adjacent site, because the adjoining land would need to be purchased from the adjoining landowner. So it was not suitable for improvements to the actual cycle project.
Okay, thanks very much. Jim Dempster, you want to speak on this issue, or is it this report? Or yeah,
it's this report. So it's really a question, and it's about. I think it's maybe about process. Obviously, one of the two assets are in my ward. And this is the first I've heard about it. And I always think it odd when elected members have to read about things in the public documents. I thought there was a process in place. I know Andrew talks, or the report talks about process after an agreement is made to dispose of the land. But by that time, the opportunity for engagement with elected members is potentially past. I don't know whether, because it's Gladstone Park, whether it's protected open space or no. If it is, there's the LDP to deal with. I don't know what the response is from the Pine Point Community Council are. They may want to take ownership of that land or develop it, because they are very keen on, in fact, they've got a paths project at the moment. I don't think that ties in with this land at all. All I'm saying is it seems to be an unusual process where local organisations and elected members are not consulted prior to the place being put up or the asset being up for disposal. It seems to be an afterthought, and only after we agree to dispose of it does it go to Nithsdale Area Committee. I would have thought it would be the other way around, that it slowly finds its way. We at Nithsdale Area Committee have no decision-making powers, therefore we would recommend to Communities Directorate the direction of travel, and then it would go to finance, procurement, transformation. So it seems to me odd the way this has evolved. It's not the first time, and it may be due process. I'm not saying it's no due process. What I'm saying is, to me, it seems wrong. Thanks, Chair.
Jim, I see Derek's come up on the screen. And
lunchtime, we've got macaroni cheese, chicken fried rice with curry sauce, and a beef salad.
Jim, can you mute your microphone? I'm not wanting the Dumfries and Galloway Council Communities Committee to go viral.
That was Derek Crichton. I just
beef and ale casserole, leek mushroom pasta, or braised liver and onions.
Oh, it's
leek and mushroom pasta.
Who is it? Somebody's got their mic on. Ian Barr looks like
it's Cheers, cheese and biscuits, or a yogurt. And
cheese and biscuits.
Oh no, it's.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just to show that
I think it's the hospital chair.
I was just going to say that because my old detection skills for 30 odd years ago in the Polis means I think that's Ian putting his tea order in. So I think we maybe will go viral when that one comes out. Right. So sorry, Derek. There's a process. I'm assuming the process we've got is right. We've got the process right, and it's a case now. It comes to us and then it goes through the other processes. Am I right?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I'll let Andrew deal with the specific process details. He can advise you of that. But I take Councillor Dempster's point, which is he's not necessarily disputing that we're following the process, which in the first instance is us declaring this surplus to our requirements. What I think he's seeking assurances on that there are still avenues through the process in which his input and the members of the wider public will be considered. So clearly it would be appropriate for Andrew just to spell that out to members to give the necessary assurance or indeed clarity. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah. Can I just add, as part of the disposal process, when an item gets declared surplus by the Communities Committee, the next step in the disposal process is that it goes to the Strategic Asset Board for them to declare it surplus to all council requirements. After that, it then goes to the relevant area committee for members and community groups to be consulted on that disposal to see if they would have a requirement for it. Can I also add that my colleagues have been in discussion with communities regarding the disposal process, and a report will be submitted to committee regarding the actual process for disposal. And certainly what I can do is I can certainly raise Jim's concerns regarding this with my colleagues to bring their matter to their attention to see if there is a, you know, if this is something that become concluded in the actual committee report.
Okay, so I take it from that. I see Jim is wanting to come back in, but I think your last comments there actually meet the needs what Jim's talking about here, because I think what we're saying is, and I'm picking up from Derek, is that to alert the 3 or 4 ward members before it happens is a sensible step, is a first step in the process, and then going on to the more formal process. I think that's what you're getting at, Jim, isn't it?
Aye, thanks. You know, I just want to reassure Andrew and indeed Derek that I'm not challenging the process. I'm just saying that somewhere along the line, elected members should be consulted, and probably, in my own personal view, before it goes into the public domain, because we've got links with local communities, and it may well be there's a reason why a particular asset should not be a declared surplus for a sale. And if that can be dealt with internally before it becomes a public document, it will save an awful lot of paperwork and work for officers later on down the line. And it also allows us to be aware that if any member of the public asks us about these things, we actually know, rather than learning through a public document. So I've no complaint about the process, no complaint about Andrew or Derek. I just think somehow elected members are not being involved at an early stage to try and ensure that we're aware and that we can advise officers or local circumstances that they might not be aware of when a member of the public makes or expresses an interest, in this case, of a piece of land.
I don't think that's a problem to do anything like that. Jim can do that, yeah?
Yeah, I'm content with that, Andrew. Yes, absolutely, aye. And you don't need to formalise it if it's happening, because it's just simply a means of making sure elected members know what's happening in their ward and able to advise you if there are issues that are a local thing that you as an officer wouldn't be aware of. It's not a big deal. I just think there's something unusual in the process when elected members are not involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I'm agreeing with that, Jim, but we need to make sure that we follow proper process here, in that if there is a change to be made, then Andrew or other officers could bring that forward to change the structure we have just now. I'm not saying, I actually think you're right, the local ward members should know first, if at all possible, or unless it's particularly sensitive, for example, or so all I'm saying is I think we agree with that, and let Andrew and teams behind the scenes work on that and see if there needs to be any formal process that needs to be undertaken to change that so that it goes to ward councillors first. Okay, that makes sense.
And I wouldn't want privileged information. I wouldn't want to be in control of what happens to council assets. I just want to be made aware of what's happening and get opportunity to feedback information. And I'm sure that's something that all members would appreciate as part of the. And if the process needs to be changed, that's something Andrew can present or deal with internally. That's absolutely great. And if they don't want it, well, that's fine too, Chair. I'm not going to lose any sleep about it.
Absolutely. I think it's something that can't be an informal process. It has to be part of the formal process. That's what I'm getting at. So we'll leave that with Andrew and other officers to determine and bring something forward. I've got a couple of speakers here and we're taking a bit of time on. So I've got Andrew Wood and then I've got Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, it's in support of what Jim was saying, because like Jim, I'm equally like-minded on that particular point. The other point was with lands at Newton Drive. Now, if I picked up Andrew Maxwell right, he said that the reason that this would not be of any value to the cycling group is because the lands adjacent are in private ownership at present. Was there any consultation undertaken with Swestrans and Sustrans as to whether if they might have wanted to develop that for cycling?
Well, when it went out to consultation, it went to Graham Allison and Ken Jewett, but Westrans wasn't consulted during the report, and they were only consulted yesterday about that, and we did get a response back from them for it. So it'll be noted in the future for anything like that, that Westrans should be consulted during the consultation process between client departments regarding disposal of land.
Okay, I think that's your answer, Andrew. Yep.
Well, Chair, if you don't mind, I would ask that this maybe gets deferred until such time as we have been able to discuss this with Sustrans and the cycling organisation, because the last thing I would want to see is restricting the possible opportunities of active travel. And I think as that's one of the council's prime policies, and especially with the climate change, I would hope that you would agree with me.
I see Stephen Herriot wants to come in. Maybe it's a point of clarification. I'm not sure.
Thanks, Chair. And just to feedback on Councillor Wood's the issue that he's raised in terms of the consultation. We spoke. This came across our desk earlier, and we spoke with Swestrans and also our own active travel officer in terms of the value of the land to any future active travel scheme. And there's nothing planned in the area, but I think it's a good point that's been made in terms of the need for Swestrans to be more closely involved in these kind of consultations in future, and certainly for our own team within the road service to look at the potential in the future. I think with the increased focus on active travel, the increased funding for active travel, and the additional resources that we're moving towards that to generate these schemes, both teams that are involved in active travel within the council had a look at the layout yesterday and reckoned, and that was the feedback that Andrew gave earlier, that this land would not be useful to contribute to an active travel scheme because it would actually require to make use of the additional width that it would provide for an active travel scheme on that link. It would actually require a lot of the gardens to have something shaved off them to continue that extra width for a way down the route. So it's not considered that it's necessary. That something, if there was a scheme to come forward in the future, it could be accommodated in what is a fairly wide travel corridor anyway, by re-provisioning the road space.
Thank you. Actually, I welcome Stephen's input on that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, okay, I think it's a lesson learned, Stephen, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking. Let me see. Pauline, you've got. Oh, you're okay. So I see you've said you're okay now. Thank you. So, in the absence of anybody else wanting to speak, I see Stephen Herriot, you've still got your hand up. I'm assuming that's historical. Yeah, thank you. So in that case, then we'll move on to the recommendations. So we're asked to agree the 2 areas of land in paragraphs 3.4 and 3.5 and in the maps on appendices 1 and 2 are surplus to the requirements of the Communities Directorate and should be disposed of in accordance with the disposal and acquisition policy. We happy with that? And I think we just, as an aside, on the minutes that we recognise that there may be some tweaking, maybe should we say, of some of the processes, and leave that to officers to progress and bring back to the appropriate if it requires anything. Okay. Right. Okay. So in that case, Andrew, thanks very much. That's agreed by acclaim again. So I've got no other business. I would suggest to and thank you all for the way that we've done business today. It's been very courteous and long may that continue. So thanks very much. I see Derek's thanking everybody. I have to say it's a huge thank you from the Chair and Vice Chair to all the officers and externals involved in putting together the agenda for a big committee like this. So it's a thank you and a well done. And Derek, if I can ask that you can relay that to the staff.
Thanks, Chairman. Happy to do so, obviously. No problem on behalf of the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so thanks, everybody. Well done. And thank you very much. Bye-bye.